$5,000. Cash payment to anyone who can prove that what lying son of a devil Farrakhan is preaching is consistent with the lessons, supreme wisdom, of Master Fard Muhammad Elijah Muhammad's representation of his teacher Master Fard's teachings.
Hi, Assalamu alaikum. Sisters and brothers. Summa Rahim here, Best Covenant, Breaker 7 Seals. Well, that $5,000 is still standing, and no one's ever, not one time, in the years it's been out there, that challenge, and they're well aware of it. No one, not one individual has stepped forward to claim it. Not one. Never, not once. That should tell you something right there. Let me check something. 1 second, brothers and sisters. Okay, just doing a sound check. Trying to get my sound correct, brothers and sisters. So again, no one's ever stepped forward. So that says a lot right there, and it was in itself. See, you're going to get your mind straight in a minute. Right now, you've been taught to process information backwards because you're not even taught to think. You're taught to react. Well, animals react. And on a certain level, they do some basic thinking. They have to, you see how animals hunt. They know how to sneak up on, so there's some level there. Very, very rudimentary. But you reduce that level. So you're reacting. I got to pay the bills, I got to go to work. But you're not thinking things through. You have no idea how the environment works. You have no idea what life is about, why you're here, what's this all about, why you got here. Even the information that's available, most of you don't take advantage of. And I can understand some of it because what's available, you got to wade through it, right, and see if how much of it's correct and incorrect. But studying is not just something you're going, oh, no, you read these books, and then you have to say, okay, start trying to prove what they're saying, and that's a job all in itself. I know, because that's part of my mission. I can't just accept anything people say. I have to go in, and then that's an arduous job. 35 years. Even before that. Okay, prove it. Then that's an added weight. See? That you're not even familiar with. Because most of you have no idea about proving anything. You don't weigh the words. You don't prove anything that I told you. You just say, okay, accept it. Pretty much it's just determine who's saying it, whether you accept it or not. So if your mother and daddy is hardcore Christians, they love white folks, and hey, you listen to what they say. Don't listen to Muslims. And the other way around, don't listen to Christians. Right? Or whatever. So you locked into a emotional thing. Oh, if they handsome, okay, man, I'll listen to what they have to say. If they ugly, man, I ain't listen to that. I ain't listen to no man, I ain't listen to no woman, I ain't listen to no white person, I ain't listen. You see, because you're not weighing what they're saying, you're weighing how you feel about them, what you were told about them. And so therefore you have a distorted view of the world. And it's an emotional view. Because 9% of your information you allow in is based on your emotions, not on your intellect. Because if you're going to intellect, that's our job. Because now you got to start proving stuff. You say, that's too hard trying to prove this stuff. Prove that Jesus exists. Prove that Christianity's right. Prove that Elijah's right. Prove that Sharpton's right. You see, that's a hard job. Like going to the gym. Some people don't, I mean, I ain't going over there. Well, that's what you're doing. You're going to a mental gym. And you say, I'm here to pick some real weights up. I'm not here to lift 5-pound weights. But that's how you get mentally strong. You go to the gym. If you want to be strong, you can't just walk in and look in the gym. You got to go in there and do something. And that's hard. See? So that's why I see most people doing it. They walk around and normal stuff, and then, when things go wrong, then they want to run in. It's too late then. And so therefore, and the point is, you have the ability, but nobody's encouraged you to do it, and you don't feel like any reason to do it. And you're looking the easy way. As the Quran said, what difficulty is ease. You look for easy way for everything, and there's no easy way. That's not the way the creation works, brothers and sisters. Unfortunately, unfortunately, that's not the way it works. No pain, no gain. Anytime you want to grow, you're gonna meet resistance, and the more resistance you meet, the better you grow. But that means the more that you're trying to grow, the more resistance. If you want to go and beat a Hulk, you got a lot of resistance. You got to lift a lot of weights. You got a lot of time. You have time resistance. You got a weight resistance, right? If you want to move to the next level, it's just if you want to go to the second floor, you got some stress to go up there. It's easy to go down. You just slide down. You can't slide up. Right? It's easy to fail if you hey man, I'm not going to the gym. Okay, so then you be weak. Then your heart gets weak, and all the other problems you have. So, well, yeah, okay, well, you don't want to do anything with yourself. When you come into creation, when you come into life, and God created you, it's not that bullshit. That's not what the Quran's talking about. Anyway, that's another story. We heard about DNA. They didn't know about that back then. But you take and you come in your creation. You come in with your body. It's like you come in with somebody give you an inheritance. Now what you gonna do with it? You gonna take and splurge with it, party and everything. Then you don't have anything. Then you run back home. Nobody, hey, don't come back here. I gave you inheritance. You got it. That's it. So you got your body. What do you do with it? What have you done with it? That's your investment. Have you invested in your body? Because you want to live in it. So if you're sitting around in a wheelchair and got diabetes, who put you there? You didn't invest in it. Oh man, I had $1 million. Now I'm homeless. Why? Because what did you do with your money? Oh man, I had a good time, man. I went to the parties. I went to see Beyonce, man, and went on trips. Man, yeah, man, we had a little party. Yeah, man, I was getting high, and man, I was living the life. Now you're gone. So whose fault is that? And nothing I can say going to move you, because like I said, it's going to take fire to move you. Because you look in the mirror, that's your investment. You got your body, did you invest in it? You just took it for granted. Did you invest in it? Did you invest in it? You can't fake it. You can't fake power. You can't fake pressure. So Mr. Trump trying to do fake pressure. He's going to do it. No, he's not going to do a goddamn thing. That's why he's saying bluffing, because that's no story. Anyway, that's the situation, brothers and sisters. So I'm going to talk to that because it's very simple. And I can't seem to convey that over to anybody because, like I said, first of all, you're not going to listen to this here because it requires you to think. Because you're not going to listen to this because you like me, because I make sure you don't. I make sure you don't. Because if you're here because the way I look, the way I talk to you, you shouldn't be here. Because it's not going to do you any good. I tell the people that say they work with the angel, you can say all you want to. You can quote what I said if you want to. If you can't get into that angel and start understanding that book and break those verses down, you waste your time. Just waste your time. Ain't about friendship and but oh, she was nice, I liked them, so let them know. Don't work that way. You can't fake pressure. And you go into a higher pressure system. To hear at this high pressure like you can't imagine. But you think it's going to be easy to lay down and just somebody can bring you pina coladas and and make your bed for you or whatever. No, Muhammad said you better forget about that. I think the Quran mentioned too, the angels don't come and take care of you. Right? Going to heaven means you're going to work hard you ever worked before, and you're like, oh man, what you mean I got to work? Okay, well you can go to hell and do nothing. I mean, you can find that right now, right? Just don't do anything. Just go out there in the street, don't work, don't do anything, and you find yourself homeless. You can do that. You can make it happen anytime you want to. Right? Easy to find that. But if you want to succeed, you got to put some effort in. You got to control the energy around you. But you don't understand that way. But you won't understand soon. You are forced to, or die. Because it said you will not return to that thorough knowledge of self. Where's thorough knowledge of self? I'm trying to get that to you. Why can't you return thorough? Because thorough knowledge of self means now you have the means to get out of here, return home. Because nobody's going to do it for you. You have thorough knowledge of self. Once thorough knowledge of self, then you have the means to get home. Let's move on, brothers and sisters. Take time and try to develop this today. If I can, let's see what happens. Let's see, Farrakhan, he's big. He's getting smaller and smaller and smaller. He won't be around much longer. Oh no, he won't be around much longer. I guarantee that. Time is running out. Only problem I have with it is I don't know exactly when. And I'm 76 years old. I'm tired. They haven't beat me. And I'm tired. 76 years old. Right? I haven't overcome age. Haven't got the energy burst yet. Right? Not like I wasn't warned. I had those visions when I was a child and I didn't like them. And now we're going through right now. So I didn't ask for this job. See, that's the problem. Those clowns out there, they facing. All of them out there, Melchizedek, and they got some new ones out there, and see, the thing is they all come out. I'm with Elijah Muhammad. Well, then why you all got these different groups then? How come you're not united? If y'all were united, y'all got the same idea, and you're under Elijah, how come you're not forming one group? How come he got everybody, they say, opinions like assholes, that's what said in the army, right? Because everybody got one. So they're all out there trying to be the big man. So yeah, if you're on the Elijah, he had a common message. How come you're not all united, working together? Because y'all full of shit out there, and you're gonna pay a heavy price for it because you're sowing confusion when our people are in trouble. It's like, your child's hungry, and you out there partying at Las Vegas and blowing your money when your child's hungry at home, hungry. What's that gonna happen to you? That's how people confuse. That was confusing our people, and you out there causing more confusion because you don't know the fuck you talking about. You out there talking shit, you don't know what you're talking about, and plus you're claiming to be somebody that you're not. And so if you were Elijah and you say, I got a message of black man, I got less, then how come you're not united? You all got the same thing that you claim. Then why aren't you all united under one umbrella? Because all you out there trying to play the people, or your agents. Because you ain't for the people. Because if you got the same message, then why are you not united? Because no, all you want to be a big man. Then you're going to be another Elijah one day. You're going to pay a heavy price there, most grievous chastisement. Okay. I'm trying to warn you, because you know what's going to do it to your own people. Because they're the ones being hurt by it. I'm not hurt by it. They're going to be hurt by it. Because they're going to lose family members, and some are going to come in, they're going to be sick, and all kinds of problems they're going to be having because this information, the information that was there for them, you was blocking and confusing the people. Oh, I'm the one. I'm with Elijah, and I got the supreme wisdom, and I got messed with a black man, and you don't have a goddamn thing. You got a lot of bullshit. And you don't understand consequence, because if you did understand consequence, you would be doing what you're doing. Because believe me, the shit that you selling, that you're going to be eating. Literally. You have no idea what's about to hit you. It's the most grievous chastisement. Because you are just sowing confusion. Because you don't know what the hell you're talking about. They said, it made it clear, in this time in history, it's the most profound time that you can imagine. I say profound because, like, in the original, it was just one person. So, I mean, how can you say profound when it's just an individual? But here, you got millions, right? And so, right? And so, the information has to be clear and precise. And it is. And the scriptures are clear and precise. And it's put on a level, even the sealed. There's still enough in the seal to get you from being tripped up. So it leads you to the doorway to the sealed. Right? To the unsealed, in other words. Because it says, seek the message of the covenant. That's the one you need to be seeking. That's not Elijah. It tells you right there. Seek that's the door. And he says, seek is someone that was with Elijah. Most of these clowns out there been there, they never know anything about Elijah. And they're going to tell you, well, I know. It says Elijah prepared the way for this person. So, I mean, what Elijah had was sufficient because he had prepared the way for someone that would take you home, because Elijah wouldn't do it. And they tell you in Exodus, says his name would be Joshua. Now, Aaron. They make clear Aaron was no goddamn good. It's right there in Exodus. Aaron was no damn good. So it's clear as day. It says it right there. He said, I'm Aaron. Go look at Aaron. It tells you Malachi that somebody be robbing the nation. Well, then, like I said, you're not thinking. Because if you were thinking, you say, well, okay, somebody's robbing the nation, they curse with a curse. Whoever it is, they curse with a curse. And they say, well, it ain't Elijah, because he's not robbing the nation. It ain't Master Muhammad's the God. He ain't robbing it. It ain't messing with the covenant. So who is the other part? Who else is there? Who else in that group? You got the God, you got Elijah, you got the message of the covenant. Oh, Aaron. And is he cursed with a curse? Yeah. Cancer, blew his ass up, pissed the shit in the bag. That's in Malachi. What's in Exodus? Oh, in Elijah's absence, he made a fool of the nation, made a mockery before the enemies, and that's what it is. Nobody, and the nation Islam is a mockery. And on top of that, the people don't have no respect for it. Why? Because you got everybody telling, I'm the man, I'm the man, I'm the man, kiss my ass, I'm the man, kiss my ass. No. Oh no, don't kiss his ass, kiss my ass. I'm the man. Every time I look around, man, I didn't know there was so many out there. I'm paying attention to get this message across. Every time I look around, there's a new clown out there. I'm the man. I got Elijah. And so everybody said, look at these clowns. Elijah had a unifying message. How come all y'all divided? How come all y'all got your whole thing going? How come y'all just are united under the umbrella of Elijah? Silas, Ben X, Melchizedek, all you clowns. How come you ain't all under one? Because all you're trying to be the man. You want to be, and none of all you're full of shit. You don't know anything. None of you. And we can prove it. And so, what are you doing then? You're sowing confusion. What's the penalty for sowing confusion? In a time of unprecedented trouble, a time of great darkness, what's the penalty for showing confusion when the light comes on? Where's the penalty for being found to be showing confusion? Being, in other words, put it this way: what's the penalty, right? When the light's out, it's total darkness, and the light comes on, and you found to be part of the darkness. What happens to darkness? The light comes on, the darkness. Because you're part of it. You ain't part of the light. It says people sit in darkness, see the great light. So what happens? The light eradicates the darkness. Eradicates it totally. And that's what's going to happen to you. Crush, but it's not going to be like, nice and smooth and soft like no. It says to be crushing. You ever been crushed to death? Slowly? Can you imagine what that's like? It says somebody put you under the ground and put a real heavy rock on top of you that you can't withstand. But the rock is crushing, but slowly. Just enough weight, right? And you can't get out from under it, and it's go and crush you. It is time, right, for a week or two. Damn, whoa. What's that like? That's crushing. And what's happening to you is going to be 1,000 times worse than that. See? You've been warned. See? You should just desist and shut up. Because you know what you're talking about. But you're part of the darkness. Because you're not part of the light. Put it another way. If you're part of the light, then what's all these other people in? That means only one of you, if there's light anyway, only one of you could be the light. That means the rest of them all darkness. So which one of you is like the Sunni? Well, no, they said, what, 9/10 of, the prophet said 9/10 is going to hellbound? But remember, Sunnis are the most, it's more Sunnis than Shia. And he says, like 9/10 is Ummah is going to hell. Oh no, it ain't us. It's them Shia. Yeah, but you the majority, and ain't none of you. You see? Like America, well, it says it's going to judge this nation, right? Well, I didn't have nothing to do with it. That was Thomas Jefferson. That was Washington. No, it didn't say it was going to judge the individual. It said it's going to judge this nation. At the time he rise, he's going to judge the nation as it exists. That means they're all involved, all part of it. Everybody's trying to deflect their guilt. Well, if you have nothing to do with it, then why don't you pack your bags, go back to Europe, and give whatever you have back to natives? If you have nothing to do with it, because you're living off of what you claim your father stole and did. Then you got these Negro butts talking about we all the time. And do you know what you're saying? It means you're condemning yourself. So we can't defeat the Iranians. Why are you putting we on that? Because when you say we, that means you take responsibility for all America's crimes, because you're saying you're part of it. So you're either stupid or you're identifying yourself as a demon. Like one sister, I said, sister, why you keep saying we? Are you part of this? Well, she didn't stop, so I guess she's go demon. I try to look out for the sister, but we keep on. We can't do this, man. We get in trouble, and this country we doing okay. Now, are you identified with it? See, there's no room for stupidity. You better read it. You better read the judgment again. There's no room for stupidity. Say, well, how they meant? No, nobody could care what you meant. You mean just what you did. Press about what you did, not what you meant. I keep telling you that. It's your actions that should be judged based on, not what you meant. Okay. Well, I mean, okay. I didn't mean, I'm just a little baby. I didn't mean step off the roof. Gravity says, oh, it's a little baby. Let's give him a gentle landing. Is that the way it works? Oh, we play on Jesus. Have you seen any miracles from Jesus in the last 2,000 years? All these miracles they talk about. Have you seen one? Have you prayed for a car suddenly appeared in your driveway? No, you got to go in. I mean, it's so stupid. You listen to people. That's what I said. This is the hardest job ever. And that's why they should share, because they don't know what they're doing. Because like your people in a lake of shit, you got to go in that lake of shit and get them out. Damn, man. So then you got to get covered with shit and everything else to get them out of there. And so I got to listen to all this shit all the time and stuff people say make no damn sense. It's just, you don't know how that really, ooh. But see, you don't understand the math behind that. You have to be irritated about something to change it. The more you're irritated, the more you're going to change it. It said dissatisfaction brings about a change. So if you're going to bring about a complete change, you got to be completely dissatisfied. That means it's not a man be totally dissatisfied, be totally irritated. Totally irritated, 100%. If you're going to bring 100% change. And there's nothing about this I like. I hate all of it, every bit of it. There's nothing good in it. It's just our people got to come out. So they're in it. So they got to go and lake and shit. So, oh, burn the whole damn lake up. No way, got some diamonds in there. Okay, I got to go and get them out of there. Damn. And on top of that, they don't appreciate it. That's what that's what the Son of Man had to deal with. He had to go in and jump in the lake, jump in the river of shit. Gets people out, and they don't appreciate it. What's it bothering me for? What's it picking me up for? Okay. So that's the case. So I keep saying, I can't. I can't get you to want to go home, right? I still got to put out the lake of shit so you can make that decision. That's the problem. I have to go in there because you have to get the information to you. So I got to get in this shit with you to get the information to you. And then if some just stare at me, look at me, and whatever, like, okay. I ain't asked for this. I'd be glad to give it to anyone who can take it. I don't like it. I don't want it. I ain't asked for it. It's totally against my nature. Totally. I'm out here every day doing something I hate doing. Oh, I love my people. I hate the process. But somebody's got to do it. And so I got the lucky job. I keep saying, I never expected this. I mean, I had those visions when I was a child, but I never expected this. Even when I was Elijah Muhammad, I still didn't expect it. I resisted. They tried to get me to be a minister. I said, I don't want to be a minister. Right? I was a foreman of Mama's Peak newspaper, night foreman. I didn't want to do that. I didn't want to do that. I did it because it was necessary, because they was messing the whole thing up. The brothers still wasn't doing anything. It was the whole time I seen it. And I said, man, we do this is for the messenger, man. What's what y'all doing? So I stepped up. And once I got it going, right, but then, the messenger departed and everything else. Because I was going to let it go once I got it going and got it straightened out. I didn't want to do that. I was in the military, right? I didn't want to be a sergeant. I was a sergeant. I wanted the money. That's why I got it. Right? I didn't want the bullshit. I didn't want to be no sergeant because they kept around my ass about it. Man, how you got to tell people? I said, I don't want to be telling anybody what to do. Well, you a sergeant? Yeah, man. I was running night shift. I was stationed only 2 times. One time I was stationed in Saigon. Second time, right? First time was Thompson, I believe it was. Was that well, actually, it's a long story, right? Anyway, the bottom line, last time was in Saigon, and I ran a night shift. Again, I'm always doing this night shift stuff, right? And the white boys, they didn't want to do that. They didn't want to do any work, and I was at that particular one. I was actually. They didn't have computers back then, but they had these things called tab machines. They had a business card, that kind of stuff, right? And I was running them. I was good at it. And they wouldn't do it, so I did it myself. I wouldn't argue with them. So the top sergeant come in the morning, hey man, hey, you done a good job, man, everything's cool. Until he found that I was doing it myself, then he got mad. You can't do that, they got to give him to do it. I said, man, well, they don't want to do it. I don't argue with them. No, you're a sergeant, you got to give him to do it. I mean, I was having a good time doing it myself, man. I had no problem. They could hang out wherever they want to do. So he told me, man, you got to do it. You can't. So he said, spy it on me. So I had to do something. So I grabbed 2 of them and whooped their ass and took them out back, whooped their ass, and then they started working. And then they reported me, and then they said, man, you can't be beating their ass. I said, what the hell, man? What you want me to do? They what do I tell you to do? I whooped their ass, now they're working. But you can't be violent. I said, man, so when I tell you this is against my nature, it is. Anybody really knows me, no. I don't talk and tell people what to do. I don't tell my wife what to do. She had a problem with that initially for a long time. I had a demon wife, the first one, and she really had a problem with that. She felt it because I didn't tell her what to do. I didn't love her or something. I don't know what the hell it was in her mind. I'm telling you what to do. You not tell me what to do. I get out there and produce. I get work. I bring food home and everything else. Well, I got to be telling you what to do. I don't be telling you what to do. Argue with you and all that kind of stuff. Oh, she had a real problem with that one, boy. And my wife and I, she had a problem initially when she was, when we were 40-some years, she was young, right? And I'm young. And she had a problem with that, yeah. Right? Because you expect me to tell them what to do. And I don't know why. That's the way he teaches these women, I guess. I don't know. I don't want to do that. If we can't get along, we can't cooperate, I'm out of here. See? I know what to do. You know? We cooperate. See? That's what it's all about. Understand each other, cooperate. Females do it her way, you do it your way. 5 plus 3, 2 plus 6, they both equal 8. It's just different. We're both equal. Anyway, we'll move on, brothers and sisters, but so don't think that I'm out here, I ain't asked you for any money. I'm not out here trying to force you to do anything. I'm not asking for any followers. I don't want any followers. I really don't. Because then I got to get involved in their business, talk to them, tell them, check what they do, all that stuff. I don't want to be doing all that. And that's what you got to do if you got followers. That's why Elijah Muhammad, Master Muhammad told Elijah Muhammad he had to do that. He said, you got the hardest job ever. Because you got to do it. And you got to take much. But nobody told me I had to do that, and I'm not going to do it. I do it to a point. But at some point, I was even advised, just cut it down. Right? That's just too much. I pull you out of I go in the shithole and get you and pull you out. Hell, I got to do more than that. Now I got you out. Now I got to polish you up. I got to baby you. Put you over here. Well, no, I got you out of the goddamn shithole. I put you on shore. Now it's up to you from then on. If you think when you get to, you have somebody tell you, you think Master Muhammad is going to spend all his life telling you what to do, then you out of your damn mind. It ain't like that. He going to live his life too. If he got to tell you what to do, he's going to get rid of your ass. If I got to tell my heart, beat, 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 what the hell, what's good is that? It knows what to do. My lungs what to do. My liver knows what to do. We're part of the same body. If something knows what to do, then it's malfunctioning. Either get it functioning right or you get rid of it. Get a transplant. You don't understand. So you said, devil tell you what to do, now you're used to it. Oh. Where it says, Islam, freedom, justice, equality, freedom, freedom, freedom. I'm not going to tell you what to do. If somebody got to tell you what to do, they don't need you. You got a car, you got to push. What the hell you need that car for? I keep telling people that. And over the years, the people come over here, I get rid of them. I got time to mess with you. You came over here, you came to me, you stepped to me, I didn't step to you. Now I got to be waste my time telling you what to do, change your diapers and breastfeed you. I ain't got time for that. And I'm not going to do it. Like I said, if I get you home, like I said, it's F now because I don't know what's going on. Because like I said, I got a big problem right now with this time frame. Because we got three weeks before Christmas, and that prophecy is like, wow, what's going on there? Anyway, that's no straw together. Right, but it backs down to the point. It says only Master Prophet knows, and that's the problem Jonah had with him. The timing, because he was preaching the timing, the scriptural timing, and the God was kept changing the timing. So wait a minute, hold on, that scripture say this, and you said this. No, well, I'm not going to do it because they don't know the right hand from the left. Yeah, but you got me preaching out here this time frame. And then you get mad at me because I don't preach this time frame, and I preach the time frame, then you don't do it. That was a big issue right there with Jonah and the God. You never see any place in the scripture where the messenger and the God get an argument. And Jonah got seriously arguing with him. He said, man, I wish I could die, man. I can't deal with this. He said, go out here and preach this, and I preach it, and then, first of all, I don't want to do it because I know you. I don't know you. I know you're not going to follow through. He said, I know you. And I was right. I ended up 3 days on Demon Island, 3 years on Demon Island because I refused to preach something I know that you were going to follow through on. And so I go ahead and do it, and then you don't follow through on it. Messing up my credibility. I didn't want to do it to begin with. I didn't want to do it. And then you have forced me to do it, and then I do it, and then you don't follow through. And what's your excuse? Because I don't know the left hand from the right. Okay. But why I got to be responsible for that? That's a big issue. You better study Jonah. There's a big issue there. And it made Jonah very angry. He got very angry to God about that. Very angry. Okay. So that's another issue altogether. Most people don't understand Jonah. Got very angry. See? He said, wait, you know. And the other thing, Jonah had followers and stuff, man. Ooh, do you think what the impact of that would be? Right? Oh man, you said it's gonna happen, it doesn't happen. I don't have that problem. Because I don't worry if the people, I don't want no followers, and anybody have a problem, that buy. Right? I'm not gonna waste time with that. So anybody got a problem with that, and that's on them. Right? I'm pulling you out of the shithole. That means I got to eat shit, smell shit, get covered with shit to get you out. If that's not enough for you, then too bad. If that's not enough for you, that's too bad. Now, guys, people out here claiming after I pull you out, right? They claim it, oh, it was me, I got you out of there. You're ungrateful, I got you out to begin with, now you get to credit somebody else. What kind of shit is that? Oh, Farrakhan, he ain't done a damn thing for you. He's a demon, he's a multi-millionaire. The demons are living off of you. That's what devils told him. House niggas, you can't live off us. Yeah, but daddy, we your children. I don't care. You ain't living off us. You can live off them niggas over there. And that's what they've been doing. The so-called Black Caucus, Jackson, Sharpton, Farrakhan, all of them. Because they can't live off of massa. So they've told to live off of you. And that's what they've been doing. Getting rich off of you. This Price guy, these preachers out there, they're all living off of you. Just think about it for a minute. You had the house niggas. What happened to the house niggas? Remember, they were master's children. What happened to them? Once we supposed to be out of so-called slavery, what happened to them? Master said, you can't stay in this house anymore. We ain't got no slaves. We living off the slavery. You was too, because we was feeding you off of what we getting from them. Well, your master, what we gonna do? Oh, you ain't gonna live off us? Well, why don't you go back and live off them slaves there? The niggas out in the fields. Remember? Who was the preachers back then? The house niggas. Weren't they the preachers? Telling you obey master, be a good nigga, love Jesus. Wasn't that the preachers? Wasn't that what they was doing back then? Wasn't they the preachers that was selling you that? Master's children. So what are they doing now? They're doing what they was doing back then. They all tell you, serve master, be a good nigga, be a good American. Ain't that what they telling you? We're going to stay here and keep serving them. We're going to stay here on the plantation and still work. Ain't that what Farrakhan tell you? We're going to stay here, we ain't going nowhere. Ain't that they telling you? Let's move on, brothers and sisters.
Do you then believe in a part of the book and disbelieve in the other? What then is the reward of such among you as do this but disgrace in the life of this world, and on the day of resurrection they shall be sent back to the most grievous chastisement? And Allah is not heedless of what you do. 86 These are they who buy the life of this world for the hereafter, so their chastisement shall not be lightened, nor shall they be helped.
She's telling you what's going to happen to them. Believe the part of the book, this, and the other. What is that all about? They do it all the time. They tell Elijah, Malachi, if you read Malachi, anybody's pay attention to this, if you read Malachi tell you, you should be seeking the message of the covenant. But they tell you, ain't no message, they don't even mention the message of the covenant. Oh, Elijah's the last one. That's not what Malachi says. Elijah's the last one. That's not what Malachi says. It says the message of the covenant, that's what you should be seeking. What's the covenant? Okay, he's a messenger of the covenant. You got to tell what the covenant is. Okay, you go. They talk about Malachi. They teach Malachi, right? But they leave that part out. Leaving part of the book, this being the other. Okay, well, let's go over to the covenant. What Abraham covenant right there, it says the covenant that you return home to Arabia after 400 years. Oh, they don't mention that part either. They don't mention the message of the covenant. And they say we ain't going nowhere. So they call God a liar on both accounts. Both accounts. They call God a liar on both accounts. So now, you see the message of the covenant, that's the one you should be seeking. They say what the covenant is, return home. So you're not seeking the message of the covenant, and you ain't seeking to return home. And that's supposed to be, right, our heritage, our path. And then you're going to say, well, we know it's the message of the covenant, and we know the covenant is, well, who is the message of the covenant? Then you go to Exodus, they say, okay, yeah, God came, Moses came, Aaron sat in the seat after Elijah's departure. When Elijah came back, wanted to kill him and cry in the Bible. So if he was such great, then why did Elijah want to kill him even cry in the Bible? They can't get around it. And then after him came Joshua, who actually that's the message. So the message coming to Joshua, but no, they only talk about Mount Joshua. Oh, read it. That proves right there. They tell them lying. Anybody's paying attention, they know them. They know. So that means they're idiots, demons, or just agents. Which would make them idiots again, or demons. They got a PhD. Well, PhD, but you're supposed to study. So how in the world you with Farrakhan if you got a so-called PhD, Mr. Wesley? Show me a scripture that back up any of that shit that you claim, that you talk about. Show me one scripture. If you can, you get $5,000. So how come you haven't claimed it? Because you aware of this information. See how confused you look all the time? Let's move on, brothers and sisters. Here we go.
I gotta do this. Do you mind? Yes, I'm gonna do something. I don't want to put my brother on the spot. See, this is this. This is something else. Love and faith transcends color. And the reason why we embrace Father Flavor as a brother is because we find him on the battlefield of justice, being a true disciple of Jesus. And the last thing I'll say is you'll never call us racist.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Because this day that we honor
Yes, sir.
Master Fard Muhammad, if you see an image of him, put his image up.
Yes, sir.
That's the man whose father was a black man and his mother a Caucasian. And how many of us have a parent that's a Caucasian or grandparent? It's not about color. It's about our submission to the will of God. And in that we find common ground in unity.
Yes, sir.
So I'm only one shade lighter than you. And Mustafa may be 4 more shades lighter. We a family. Let's stay a family, be a family, and love each other as God would have us to love each other. We love you, Father. Happy Savior's Day. Thank you. I had to do that. We love you. Go ahead. One more time, brother.
So what does the Quran say about that, brother and sister? They claim the Quran is the holy book. The one, it overrides the Bible. That's the claim, right? What does the Quran say about that? What does the Quran say about it? Remember, it's not about skin color. Well, the fact, that's... no, it's not about skin color. That's true. Elijah Muhammad says skin color because that's what Muhammad is, right? No, but it's by your nature. It's so-called race, right? So what does this say about it, right? Why does Allah forbid Muslims to be friends with Christians? Quran says not take Jews and Christians friends and protectors. But he's taking it further now, brothers. So what is Quran wrong too, brothers? Mr. Ishmael, I almost call him brother. Oh, I'm gonna make that mistake because he ain't my brother. See what I'm saying, brothers and sisters? So there's no cover for them. Everything speaks no matter what rock they crawl under, it's shit. So they're gonna say it, but the Bible, the Christians forbids that. They say, believe Allah, they Allah's will, right? Well, that's Allah speaking. So now take Jews and Christians as friends and protectors. And ain't that what House of SARS doing right now? Use America to protect them. You see what I'm saying? It's all bullshit. It's right there. But they the crime. We the crime. We the holy ones. We got the Quran. We got the Mecca, right? And we got Allah. We got the Arabic. Oh, then why are you taking it? And we fear nobody but Allah. We fear nobody but Allah. Then wait a minute. Why are you taking America as your protector? Why? That's what you got mad at Bin Laden about. He said we don't need them here. We fight for you. No, America's will protect us. See? That's why, brothers and sisters, totally resistant. This message it's got the worst resistance ever going to. That's why he said all this. Because it says the truth will have the greatest resistance ever. Because it's going to take complete change. The satisfaction brings about change. 100% dissatisfaction. There's 100% dissatisfaction is going to bring a complete change. That means it's going to be total resistance. This mess is getting total resistance. That's why you got all these clowns out there. All this stuff is to the darkness. All that's evidence of the darkness. Confusion is darkness. Confusion is an intellectual darkness. And the confusion is off the page. Move on, brothers and sisters. They don't take friends. I guess Allah don't know what he's talking about. Yeah, he's my brother. Show me a scripture that backs that. Kissing on mouth to mouth too, boy. Look like real intimate to me. Maybe he needs my father flager because he can't. The female's out of question for him now. So maybe he's the female in that relationship. I wouldn't doubt it. He's a coward anyway. Okay? I mean, look what it. And this ain't no Photoshop, because you can find this out there on this website. So what's that about? Kissing? You think that? You think Elijah got mad at Malcolm? He would show up his ass on this one. Malcolm, hell, that ain't nothing compared to what he would do to this clown. And he told me he represented the message. Oh man, you have a source so deep as this fool's ass. This had nothing to do with Elijah. Zero. You can't find anything that represents this. The less is totally against it. It says they're 100% wicked, cannot be reformed. They must have taken off the planet. So how in the hell he's representing Elijah Muhammad and Master Muhammad? How the hell are he doing that? That guy talking about, I'm Muslim, man, and I come from Mecca. You see? Oh, hold on. I live in Mecca, man, and I do Ramadan and then you don't follow through on it. Messing up my credibility. I didn't want to do it to begin with. I didn't want to do it. Right? Yes. Look at me, man. I'm a Wahhabi or whatever. Man, look, man. I do the Ramadan. I do my 5 prayers. I do extra prayers. Right? And I do Ramadan. I do the Hajj. I do it all. Now give me some more of those pig feet. Give me some more of those pig feet over there. Some pig ear sandwiches. That's it, man. That walks in. That dog is good. See that? That's what. How you see what I'm saying? You say, what? I'm all that. But now you eat some pig feet. Whole plate of it. Give me some more, man. Damn, that was good. Give me another helping. That's what that is right there. There's nowhere in the world that you could see that and claim you Elijah Muhammad. And matter of fact, there's no way in the world. That's why those people over there, if they see this, you know they're all doomed. They're all doomed. I wouldn't waste any time with them. There's no way in the world you can see it. You say, God, he's over there. Oh, he got all the Islamic stuff on, the Saudi Arabia, everything got all, man. Probably got 2 or 3 wives around him, children, right? And he come out, I'm from Mecca. Assalamu alaikum. Alhamdulillah. You see, what is it, Ramadan Mubarak? What? Reciting the Quran. See my camel right there? Now bring me some of those pig feet over here. Hurry up, man. Damn. That last something was great. I'm gonna get some more. And give my wife some too. And bring my children, man. I know they love them pig feet, man. That's why we came over here to get some more of those pig feet, man. Because they don't have them on Mecca. We come over here. You see what I'm saying? What would you think about that? And you look at that right there. Now you say, man, you didn't have to do with that guy anymore. I said, what the hell? What? You eat pig feet? I mean, if you use ham, maybe, but if pig feet, that ham would be just as bad. But pig, and he's man, you chowing down on it. Get your whole family. And this here, your son married a devil, and he kissing the devil in the mouth. Tell me that's his brother. And you still there? And how you gonna answer for that in the judgment? When them ask the question, what's your statement going to be? What is your statement going to be? What's your answer going to be when you asked about that in the judgment? Oh, you didn't see it? Oh, I'm Ray Charles. I was blind. I didn't see it. What's your statement going to be? Oh, it's photoshopped? When it's on their website? When he's saying that his brother? What's your answer going to be? That's what I'm saying. It's not going to be a long judgment. When it comes to demons, it's going to be in, boom, in and out. Because it's easy to separate them out. Because if you're there under these circumstances, we ain't got to argue with you. We ain't got to debate. We ain't got to figure. We ain't got to go out and get a microscope. Hey, it's clear. It's clear. Not to mention, this is no fact. All these clowns that complained they were Elijah, the fact is, I was there present. They destroyed the Nation of Islam, got rid of it, got rid of the name, everything, and stole all the money, all the assets and everything. All of it. And left the believers with nothing. Because Farrakhan even admits it. He admits he don't admit the money part, but he admit that it was told, nation was torn down, and he was with Wallace, and they was bad mouthing the messenger, and Master Muhammad, both of them. We got him on tape doing it. And he never turned out money. He's a multi-millionaire. He don't have any business anywhere. Let's move on, brothers and sisters. Okay, a race war is coming, brothers and sisters, and you're not prepared for it. Okay? And because you don't understand the nature of it, it's like somebody tell calamity is coming. Okay, what kind of calamity? You need to know the calamity so you know how to deal with it. So, no, a calamity is coming. Okay, where's it coming? Is it a hailstorm? Right? It's going to be a snowstorm? An earthquake? What kind of calamity? You just tell me it's calamity. You got to tell me what it is so I know how to deal with it. Oh, it's going to be a flood. Oh. Now, okay, I got it. Now, I'm telling you, you got to build a boat. I'm not going to build it for you. If you want to survive, you got to build a boat. And so the calamity is coming now, but you don't know the nature of it. You say, oh, it's going to be a race where it comes with guns. Well, then why aren't you prepared? See, think about that for a minute. Farrakhan tell all this stuff coming. Well, how does he tell to prepare for it? If they're going to attack you, if with guns, how come you're not getting guns then? If he's not telling you how to prepare for it, or just believe in him. Store food. which is a dumb thing to do. You should have enough food for 2 or 3 days, but you're gonna sit. You know, when the mess was around, that might have went over, because we all had Islamic communities. But now they don't have that anymore. So you live here, somebody else live over there. So here you live in this neighborhood, right? Maybe you might be the only one in the whole street, and you up there cooking, wherever you cooking, and everybody's starving. They can smell you 10 miles away. You're gonna be on the menu. That's the stupidest thing to tell you to do. Even if they tell you that. Okay, but then the food runs out, what then? What is they telling you it's a time of unprecedented trouble, but what are they telling you how to get out of it? Oh, just believe Farrakhan. Really? Well shit, he don't believe in himself. He's incontinent. He's incoherent. They gotta hold him up. He gets around in a wheelchair because he can't walk. Yeah, he's the Messiah. See, so no, they don't watch the weather. What's good is that? Oh, you watch tornado watch come and tear your ass up? You know, people that get destroyed by tornadoes and hurricanes, they was watching the weather. They was watching it while we'll tore their ass to pieces. It's just stupid shit. You don't know how it's coming. Farrakhan told you Armageddon started 3 years ago. You see Armageddon? He doesn't know. He doesn't know a damn. That's why he said God told me shit up. But now he's talking again. You know, it's all bullshit. But if you with that, go with it. We're not going to try to stop you. In fact, we want you to encourage you. Stick with that bullshit. Because you don't understand nature and you don't understand how to deal with it. Even if you understood how it's coming, you still have to know how to deal with it. And you don't know how. So therefore, what's going to happen to you? Because this war in the Middle East, you never saw it coming. I told you, I've been telling you that for years. I've been telling you for 30-some years the war in the Middle East was coming. Got proof. So that's going to be the one that's going to trigger all this other stuff. War of Armageddon. Well, you see it on War of Armageddon? And now when this resumes, all hell's going to break loose. And then what's going to happen to you? What you going to do? Where you going to go? They talk about reparations again. How is that going to save you? Even if you did get reparations, are you prepared? Say, they tell you, are you seeing them preparing scientists? You see them sitting in schools preparing electricians, right? And architects and stuff. Actually, they're all full of shit. Because they believe that that's what they're going to get from the scripture they think they got. Elijah Muhammad didn't talk about no reparation. But they believe it. They should be prepared for it. The Quran says that if you believe, you would be prepared for it. They don't believe it. They just want to be a big man and keep the money coming in. Like so-called Suleiman, send some money. I don't need your money. I ain't asked for a dime. You could send money to me if you want to. I wouldn't want it anyway. I don't need your money. I'm not a millionaire. I ain't trying to be. But I know what you don't know. Let's move on, brothers and sisters. Oh boy, my mistake. Hold on. I guess it was anyway. Yeah. Oh. Okay, that'll work. Okay, Lou. we're showing here, brothers and sisters. See, this situation our people in, but see, Farrakhan blaming our people for this condition. Like I said, we didn't throw ourselves into a lake of shit. We got thrown into a lake of shit. Okay? And you was promised, if you submit it, then someone will come and pull you out that lake of shit at the end. And so that promise be fulfilled. And unfortunately for me, I'm the one got to fulfill that promise. Right? And so, okay, well, that's just the way it is. But see, they're under pressure. Our people under pressure, that's why we acting like that. Because if it wasn't for this, they wouldn't be acting like this. If a balloon's underwater, it's only underwater because someone's holding it underwater. So you can't blame the balloon for being underwater when someone's holding the water. Once they move their foot, then the balloon pops back up in its natural form. So that's our people. What you see is evidence of the wind blowing, the force on them. That's what you see. That when you recognize it, oh, why are people acting like this? Because this here, you don't have to see the wind to see that the wind is blowing. If you see the leaves moving, you don't see the wind, but you see the leaves moving, so you know the wind is blowing. Why can't you understand that? If you see the leaves blowing, you don't see the wind, but you see the leaves, so you know the wind is blowing. So if you see this here, that's not us. That means it's something they're doing that's bringing this, that's forcing this. So that shows you America is against you. False Israel all against you, and that so you may not know exactly, right? But you know whatever they're doing, this is the result. The result of what their plans, their actions, their schemes, or whatever. This is the result. But it's not their fault. It's this is the result of what they're doing. But Farrakhan is blaming us for being like this. He's knowing that this, like you blame the leaves. Why y'all? Man, look at the damn leaves, they're shaking all the time. What's wrong with y'all? You got a problem? Right? Was your skin schizophrenic or something? Because he don't account for the wind. It's the wind that's causing that, not the leaves. So he don't account. So you're sinful, you're wicked. Because he don't want to blame this because he's part of this. Our people acting like this because of this. And so he say, and then you go and look at this here and say, oh, their laws, their schemes, all the stuff they're doing. See? Because they ain't going to tell you. Like the wind, you can't see the wind, but you see the evidence, so you can tell which way the wind is blowing by which way the leaves is shaking. So if you go in there, if you look and study, you can figure out what the hell they're doing, what kind of programs they're doing, what kind of system they have, what kind of organization they have, what they have set up here is causing this. Because this is a result of this, not a result of what they're doing on their own. And once this is removed, understand that. That's why it says, accuse our brothers cast down. Farrakhan's accusing us for being like this. He ignores the force that's causing it. So the balloon cannot come out of the water by itself. You have to move you can't say, balloon, well, okay, well, the balloon, if you float under water to your foot, the balloon can't come out of the water by itself. It's got to get rid of the force that's holding it down there. Now look at this. See here? Here's America. Now understand this if you can. If you go in somebody else's house, you got to obey their laws, their rules. So their laws, their rules designed for their house to be peaceful and everything else. They're designed for you. So you got to conform to that. That means you got to act other than your natural self to be there. That's pressure on you. Because you can't relax and be exactly you want to be because you in someone else's house. And so, as long as we stay here in America, their laws, their programs, their organizations are designed for their nature, not ours. So we have to conform to them. How you know? To conform to them, right? To stay here. How you know? Well, look at yourself. What's your name? Peter Jackass. Peter Jackabomb. Nancy Coutane. Where you get those damn names from? What's your religion? Jesus. He's the one that cursed you black. Put you in slave forever. What's your language? English. Oh, what countries in Africa are called English? See? We had to transform to be other than ourselves to be here. So that means that's pressure, that's stress on us, stress. Because that's not who we are as a people. That's not who we are as a nation. You understand? So as long as we stay here, we have to conform them. Because you start saying, "Oh, I don't believe in Jesus no more. And my name is Abdul Salam." You see what I'm saying? You start talking like that, you got a problem. Good luck trying to find a job. And I don't want to live that way. See, I want to live like people live in Africa. No. And I got a whole series of people talk about that now. We got to conform to our way. Well, what does that mean? If you have to conform to something else, that means you have to be other than yourself by definition. How are you saying yourself when you know anybody in Africa named Charles Applehead? See, you be on yourself. Oh, I'm Jesus. Yeah, you got people that convert Africa to Christianity over there, but bottom line is, I'm Jesus. I love Jesus. And you can't speak your native tongue. Oh, nobody understands what you're talking about, man. You speak English. And you got to force it on your children. And so forth, so on. So what? And if you understand that, what's the solution? Get the hell out of here. Get out of their house. Get in your own house. That's the obvious solution. But Farrakhan said, no, there's not. We want, because he's part of this. He want to keep you here. Because as long as you're here, right, they control your energy. This is an important part, brothers and sisters. For during slavery, they controlled the energy we had. In fact, we couldn't use the energy we had to maintain ourselves for ourselves. Let me explain that. So you get $1,000 worth of energy per day. And it takes $1,000 of energy to maintain yourselves, right? Keep clean, to eat, right? To think, right? Whatever. Not enough to have a relationship, not enough anything else, just enough to keep yourself alive. That's all you got enough. That's the situation we was in. So you need $1,000. Say somebody only need $200 a day. Well, that was Adam. They only need $200. So they got $800 left. So now they can $800. They use that to have good relationships, control things, or whatever. You understand? But we had enough to maintain ourselves. So consider that for a minute. See, when you're out there fish bumping and carrying on. So say you had 1,000, but now you're in their control. They say, well, you can't use 1,000 for yourself. You can only use 200 for yourself. So, but you got to use $800, your energy, for us. Go out there and produce stuff for us. Do stuff for us. So now, you're in a lot of pain. You're in a lot of stress. Because your body ain't, remember, to maintain, but now you can't maintain yourself. That means your body's under a extreme amount of stress. You're tired, you can't sleep, you're weak, you're pain and everything else because you don't have enough energy to maintain yourself. So you got to get $800, $800 worth to them. You understand what I'm saying? So therefore, you don't live very long. This is the average slave, right? Lived maybe 40 years old because they was. And when you saw those pictures of them, and I was amazed at first because I didn't think about it. But you see, look, they look 9 years old, and they said they was like 30 years old. They looked 90 years old because they said they had to. That's why they had to have bring so many slaves in, right? The word shouldn't even be slaves because it was worse than slaves. Because they didn't live long. They kept using them up so fast. The average slave actually lived 30, 40 years if they lived that long. And it was dead. 30 years old. They came up here like it was 20. They'd probably be dead by the time they got 30, 35. They working so hard because they couldn't use the energy for themselves. And so therefore, remember, you had enough energy to get your food and your vegetables and all that kind of stuff. They said, no, hell, we just giving enough to keep breathing. So they gave you shit to eat, shitlings. That's what they called it back then. Don't tell me that's not what it is, because that's exactly what it is. Why they call it shitlings? Put the S on there, exactly what it is. Exactly what it is, that's what you would call it. So they took the S on, put a C there, because some of us still dumb enough to buy it, eat it, because they don't eat that stuff. You could be one white person eat shitlings, they don't eat it. They know what it is. So they didn't feed us decent food. So they control our energy. So they said, tell us how to use it. So we could use it for ourselves. Use it for their purpose. So we produce potatoes and onions and sweet potatoes and apple stuff for them. And they eat that stuff up and then they shit, and that's they gave us the shit. They came out of their ass to eat. And that's exactly what they did. I don't know if that movie, like Face of Boy for the Nation, whatever. They just put shit in that man's mouth. I got a book that says one of the things you used to do for punishment. They would have one slave shit in another slave's mouth, and then they bound it up so you couldn't spit it out for 7 days. So your church would swallow it or taste on it. 7 days. And that was a light punishment. So that's what they would do. And they still control your energy right now. You're still enslaved, but you call it employee now. You still control your energy right now. So now you end up diabetes and everything else. Okay? The only solution is to get away from them. But Pharisees, we're not going nowhere. Because see, remember, they still need you to go in and put potatoes and onion see, you go in Popeyes and you make all that money for them. Say rich. You get what do they call it? Basic. What do they call it? Minimum wage. Anyway, this situation, because we're in their house. So if you're a cat in a dog's land, you got to act like the dogs, or you're going to be dog shit. So you're not going to be, because then you're going to end up hating cats, right? Because you got to act like dogs. You have a dog mind. So you're going to end up hating yourself. And you got to act like dogs, even though you're a cat. So you're not going to be good at acting like dogs, because dogs are good at acting like dogs. So you're going to be a handicap trying to act like a dog, but you're not. But that's where you got to act survive. And that's our situation. But they tell us, we're all the same. No, we ain't the same. Because we're under extreme stress. And now, if you start gaining unity and start developing yourself, because you have natural more discipline times energy equals power. So they don't have much discipline. They got a lot of energy because they have excess energy, right? We didn't have any energy, but we had a lot of discipline. So discipline times zero is zero, no power. But now you start gaining energy, which we have, and I'll explain in a few minutes, right? Then you start gaining power. But they want to make sure you don't apply that energy. Just because you have the ability to have greater discipline. Now you got great ability to be stronger than a woman if you're a man, but you got to develop it. Otherwise, she go to the gym, she gonna whoop your ass. You got to develop it. So you got potential for discipline, much greater than them. Because they're limited. Their ability, like a woman, she's limited to how much strong she can be, really relative to you. But if she's developing, you ain't, she gonna be stronger than you. So they teach us. They don't teach us discipline, obedience, obey master. Because they teach us discipline, we end up overtaking them. And they decline in discipline now anyway. They're declining in discipline, right? But the point is they still have enough. And we don't have any. And they tell you, let's hang out, party hardy. One thing we know how to do is work hard and play hard. Work hard and play hard. See? Just play, party. They don't teach you discipline. When they don't teach discipline, they got a problem. And then you're more disciplined than them by nature, or he needs more energy. So this is what would happen. That's why they have to total resistance to keep this from happening. Because then you have more discipline than them. Now all of a sudden now you got them. Now they're in stress. That's what said to be taken captive of all the lands. Because once we gain power, then they become under our control. And they can't withstand that pressure. That's why they be in hell. He says they have a lot of energy in hell. He says they be so healthy in hell, they have skin burns, they heal automatically. That's what Quran says. They eat shit and it won't kill them. Because he's so healthy. Because they have so much energy. But no discipline. If they have discipline, it's still got to be enough because they limit how much discipline they can have. They're going to do anything to keep that from happening because it has to be one way or another. Nations are pressure fields. Nations are pressure fields. And right now, the Europeans, they had the highest pressure field. That's why they control the nations. That's why Adam was given control of the nations. Because everybody else was deficient in energy because they required more energy than the devils did. We are Lamborghini, so if everybody gets $1,000 a day and we like Lamborghini, we have no energy at all because it takes $1,000 to maintain a Lamborghini. So if you're a Rolls Royce, then maybe, hey, it might only take $900 to maintain this. We got $100 extra. If you're a BMW, right, then maybe it only take $700, so you got $300 extra. See what I'm saying? So you have more power than us, but you don't have as much power as Adam. Adam only need like $200, so he got $800. Right? But he didn't have much discipline, but he got a lot more energy, so you understand? And so, right now you're at the bottom. And so now you're rising. You start rising, 1860s. Now you start rising. And everybody's going to try to prevent you because if you become, once you increase your energy, if you turn discipline, now you're the highest pressure field on the planet. You're the God of the planet. And everybody's under your control. That means they have to follow your laws. Do as you want them to do. That's stressful for them. Because it's going to be hard for them to do that because they're different nature. And the worst, the Rolls Royce, well, they can get along with it. It'll be uncomfortable. The BMWs, man, well, that's, man, but I can live with it. But the devil's like, man, they're crushed. Nations are pressure fields. And right now, we're in the pressure field of the devils, and we don't have any discipline, so therefore they control us, and they control our energy. If they control, that's mean when you control something, you control their energy. You manage the energy for them, and you're going to manage it against them for your favor. How the devil's going to manage energy the way they like it. So if they like pig feet and cornbread, that's all they're going to cook, and you in here, that's all you're going to eat. I don't care if you're Muslim, whatever you call it. If that's what they control it, and that's all they produce, that's what you're going to eat what they produce. Because they control the energy. They manage the energy. They say, okay, this is what we eat here. So you don't have a choice as long as you stay in that house. Extreme pressure. Men's hearts fell in them for fear of the expectation of those things which coming on earth. The powers of heaven be shaken, like I mentioned. Right? How would they know the powers of heaven be shaken if heaven's the place you go after you die, or it's beyond the sun, moon, and stars? No, because it's here. The Middle East is what they refer to as heaven. War broke, chapter 11, chapter 12, war broke out in Revelation, war broke out in heaven. But they try to deceive you, tell, oh, it's beyond. They're trying to confuse you. No. The Middle East is considered heaven in Scripture. It says man's heart, because what's happening over there is coming here. And what you see happening over there, you already see a genocide going, that's a race war. You ever see that going on over there? You see economic war going over there, but it's going to get a lot worse. When this war resumes, right, or hell will break loose, and you're going to see that whole thing burst into flames. It's going to be a bloodbath like you can't imagine. It'll be a religious war, a race war, economic war, full-fledged. It's going to be a bloodbath, super pressure. And they know that it's coming here. How they going to know? I explained that yesterday. And so it's men's heart's feeling, expectation. So I should tell you, so if their heart's feeling, but it's mass heart failure, not just amongst the devils, but amongst our people, mass heart failure and expectation. So what will they do when they actually arrive here? Now look at this. Stress. What's stress? Pressure or tension exerted on a material object. A state of mental or emotional strain or tension resulting from adverse or very demanding circumstances. Now adverse is, if you take in one nature, is against another nature. That's adverse, by definition. Cats and dogs put pressure on each other because they're two different natures. By definition, two different natures. So if a cat lives in dog land, it's going to be under pressure from the dogs. If a dog in cat land, it's going to be pressure from the cats. Right? So that's stress. So our people under extreme stress. That's why our people going diabetes, strokes. And the stroke issue is manufactured. That's quality the devils give it. Like this music I've been telling you about, they're already developing on you. Because when they found that marijuana was causing stroke, I know several blacks. I know a young one, I know a middle-aged one, heavy marijuana smoke, weed smokers. Man, why can't I say that? Yeah, okay, I guess I'm getting Alzheimer's. I can't say marijuana. Okay, I got it out. Marijuana, and they had strokes. Both men had strokes. One, a young brother, couldn't be more than 30, stroke. Another one, he's about in his 40 something. Right? He's an IT person too, works from home. I see him riding around his little, not bicycle, but those things you sit in and whatever. And next thing I know, big stroke, because he was a heavy marijuana smoker. They found that black folks are very susceptible to stroke from marijuana, so they legalize it. Okay. They had a thing on the so-called, well, I'm not going to, but the bottom line is that our people are the most, and said more black folks are getting strokes in America than white people. Why is that? Because we're under extreme stress here. It tells you in Exodus, it says, why did Moses have to put up that brass serpent? Because all the serpents around here was biting the people. That's the devils. So it said, if you look up that brass serpent, remember this is this serpent too. It's a brass serpent, that's the cross actually, if you understand the scripture, but I'm not going to that. If you go, then they wouldn't bother you anymore. In other words, you'd be like they want you to be, think like they want you to think, they wouldn't bother you anymore. So that means, but now you're under pressure, because now you're doing other than yourself. If you want to be like white folks, black devil, act like them, you're under, that's not you. You're on yourself, and you're under stress. So now you got diabetes, right? You're on dialysis, you got cancer, you got stroke, you're in a wheelchair. They said our people, Google it, are suffering more strokes, right? More stress than anybody in America, because we are our element. We're in more stress, because that tells by definition we're in our element. We had to be other than ourselves. We had to be like they want us to be. And if you try to transform to what you think you're supposed to be, you're going to catch all kinds of opposition. Oh man, my name is Abdul Salam now. Okay, now you can't get no job. Friends don't want to talk to you no more. Oh, you one of them Muslim boys. Because their minds all messed up. So you got to stay like they want you to be in order to survive here, but that means you're in a state of stress. And so you're dying early and you got all kinds of ailments and everything else. Bad relationships, stress at home. It's simple problem, brothers and sisters. Simple problem, simple answer. Men's hearts failing for fear. People be in shock. What's about to happen as war resumes over the Middle East? Shock. There's been massive heart attacks. It wouldn't be safe to drive. With anything, around anybody, because people gonna have dropped dead while they're driving, while they're walking. Whatever. A woman carrying a baby dropped dead right in the street, across the street. That's what it says. Because what's happening over there? Because then they're going to realize it's coming here. Race wars come here. Cannibalism's coming here. You're going to see all that over there. So as this is going down, it's going to be, it says, when they go down, it says fathers beating sons and sons beating fathers. And be totally isolated. Everything they do is backfire on them. A race war between the Shia and the Sunni. They're going to soak the deserts with blood. Oh, so you can imagine what's about to happen, brothers and sisters. And it's going to shock a lot of people too, because they didn't expect it. And they still identify with the devils. Move on, brothers and sisters. So I'm going to go through this quickly, brothers and sisters. See you. Now, understand, the universe expands and contracts. But there's a certain amount of energy, and you can't create energy, you can't destroy it. So you got certain. So if it expands, that means the energy is getting less and less and less from the center. Well, the Quran tells you the earth is the center. The earth and the heavens were one. So it means at that time, when the universe was totally contracted, there was energy displaced off the page. But now it's spreading, you get less. All engines out there. Look, all engines out there. It used to be here, but now it's out there. That means less energy here. It means the earth has less energy. We live off the earth. Let's say you got $1 million budget. Man, you doing it. All of a sudden your budget went down to $10. You have $1 million a day budget. And man, you want nothing. Then you get down to $1 a day budget. Oh man, now you're starving. You only want I'll get $1. That's the situation. Now we got little energy. You need energy for everything. So we couldn't control the planet anymore. We control ourselves. We control our nation. We lost control of our nation, everything. But that was because they didn't require as much energy. They had control. And so that's where he wasn't. And now the universe starts contracting, energy starts coming back. And as the Quran says, momentous in the heaven and earth, but it comes over sudden. So in other words, it's absorbed by the earth energized, and then start producing energy in its forms, food and everything else energized. So now we start being energized. So the first thing was we broke our chains. So back there before that, we had field niggas and house niggas. We had two types of people. They were both considered black, both considered niggas, house niggas and field niggas. But the house niggas was master's children, blackface. And these original. But they was in the house because they was master's children. Who was out in the field. Then we got first energy burst. See? And then you had division. Oh, they want to stay with master. American dream. We wanted to get the hell out of here. So we know, best we knew was get off that farm, get to the cities. As far as where we knew to get away from master. 1860s, that caused the blues because that was our emotional state at the time. And the blues, you know what to do. It caused some Negroes. And then 50 years later, every 50 years we get energy, right? Energized. And here the vision becomes greater. Two types of people here. But we still consider one people. See, we didn't realize that we had a difference of opinion. So Eurocentric and Afrocentric. Then jazz. Oh, start feeling jazzy. Start calling some colors. Okay? And then 50 years later, the Motown sound. And now the division becomes greater. We still consider ourselves part of blacks, African American, but still loosely we had disagreements, we still consider ourselves, one people. But the separation was greater. It was more tense. The tension became greater. The tension between us became greater and greater, right? But we still consider everyone. We just have different opinion. Because Elijah Muhammad didn't talk about demons either. He mentioned something, but not directly. And then 50 years later, where we are right now, it's things so great that we know we're two different people. Now we recognize we have demons. And they white folks. We recognize who they are now. And Farrakhan's more, he's one. His father's the devil. So they had demons in Israel. 2020s. So now we have a new music about to come out and a new inspiration because now we had the 50-year mark again. Every 50 years. In the dimensions of heaven and earth, so it's absorbed by earth, and then come the other sudden. So how long does it take the earth to absorb it? In my estimation, the earth's already absorbed it. Now it's probably how long before it takes and converts energy to a form we can use. So if you say this, we know Martin Luther King, he taught integration because that's the path they was on. Elijah Muhammad. See? Elijah Muhammad, see, you can go and look at what he preached and see it's conformed to this. He preached integration. Come on, this idea, this path. He said, no, this path, separation. He said, no, integration. Right? So we know what he would say because we know what he said. So if you go here, what would somebody in this position say? How would they talk? How would they feel about now that we know that we have a distinction, then these hate these and these hate these? Because they know we ain't brothers. We know it's two different people. We know that they master's children, they're black face, they wolves. Pretend they was sheep. And they would hate us. Because the divide is so great. So let's look at that.
I believe that America can be beautiful. How can America be made beautiful? Now, family, listen. My brother Imam Waterford and I have had disagreement. But his followers and mine have never given each other as much as a bloody nose. Because in spite of our differences, there's a deep love in us. We don't like the things about our nation that is not good, but I don't want to live anywhere else. I want America to be made right. I don't want to see America go the way of Rome and Babylon and Sodom and Gomorrah. But why won't you go that way? If the men of religion and the women of religion keep silent.
see, brothers and sisters, he wants to stay here. Clear what the solution is. But he sounds like the other path. What path do you think that sounds like to you? That's him talking. So if you understand that pattern, what path do you think he's on? Well, let's look and see what he has to say about the other side.
When the Muslims were alive, I'll say it again. When the Muslims were alive, you is hell now on both sides. Yes, sir, brother. That's real, both sides. When we were alive, we set up schools. That's right. When we were alive, we had supermarkets. We owned buildings. We owned farmlands. We were busy doing something, hiring our people. Well, I'm telling the Muslims, damn it, if you don't come alive, you will die like you are. And I will say, thank you, Allah, because if they're not doing nothing on the earth, let the worms eat their ass.
See what he got for you, brothers and sisters. Okay? For the devils, his people, he don't want to see nothing happen to them. When it clearly says they're going to be judged and destroyed for what they did to us. Revenge that doing them double is done to you. But if you go to their study groups over there, because I asked the question, because I went to a few of them, and that came up, it said, no, we can't do unto them as they did to us. It says, it's a command. It says, do unto them double as done to you. He said, no, we can't do that to them. He's always defending them. But you, I pray Allah. Allah! Word eat your ass. Because you ain't put enough steaks on his plate. Both sides, male and female. Because he's living off of you. I told you, the demon's living off of you. Because the devil said you can't live off us. You can live with them niggas, but you can't live off us. Oh man, so we are children. Yeah, but we ain't gonna live off us. You can live off of them, go and live off of them. That's what Farrakhan's been doing. He ain't produced a goddamn time. He revived Nation Islam. That's a damn lie. Got little study groups here and there. They can't even keep a building for 5 minutes. He ain't built nothing. But he's living off of you. And see how he think about you? Pray a lot of worms, eat your ass. But when it comes to devils who raped us, beat us, tortured us, forced us to eat shit and everything for 100 years, I'm going to happen to them. And I don't want to go nowhere. When I told you about pressure, we can't stay here. As long as we stay here, we'll be acting on ourselves. We have to survive here. See? And like Master Muhammad said, we cannot return home, have thrown all this stuff. We can't return home. Ain't that what Master Muhammad said, return home? He didn't say stay here. You know, return home means come out her religion. Come out. And you're going to tell me they represent Master Muhammad? They have nothing to say. And nobody's going to speak to them. It says, no one would even speak to them in the judgment because, hey, we don't have to say nothing. You're covered with, you're not just covered with shit, you shit through and through. We can smell you. Wouldn't they talk to you for what? See here? Now, what would you think the one on this side would be saying? You know what the one on this side would be saying? Well, that would sound like he's saying he got the right tune, right? For this side. So what would this side be saying?
Assalamu alaikum, sisters and brothers. Assalamu alaikum. Mission covered, break us seven seals. It's time to go home, brothers and sisters. As promised, you will return home after your 400 years of captivity, 1619 to 2019, 2020, beginning of your return home. There'll be great resistance. And one of your primary resistors is Mr. Farrakhan, who's the son of the devil. He's not the seed of Abraham, so that covenant does not apply to him. He's against that covenant. He's an agent of your enemies. So we must remove the demons. As it says, my job is to remove the demons, the chaff, separate the chaff from the wheat. He's the chief demon, Legion. Louis Eugene Grant, and my backwards. His primary mission is to deceive you, confuse you. Assalamu alaikum, sisters and brothers. Assalamu alaikum. Mission covenant to break us seven seals. Time to go home, brothers and sisters. As promised, you will return home after your 400 years of captivity, 1619 to 2019, 2020, beginning of your return home. There'll be great resistance. And one of your primary resistors is Mr. Farrakhan, who's the son of the devil. He's not the seed of Abraham, so that covenant does not apply to him. He's against that covenant. He's an agent of your enemies. So we must remove the demons. And it says, my job is to remove the demons, the chaff, separate the chaff from the wheat. He's the chief demon, Legion. Louis Eugene Grounds, and right backwards. His primary mission is to deceive you, confuse you, deter you, even destroy you. That's not going to be accomplished. You're going home, brothers and sisters, those of you who want to go home. If your desire is to go home, then you're going home. Just follow the message. I give you a clear message to go home. Clear message. No one wants any money from you. No one wants to control you. Just giving you a clear map, GPS to get home. Just follow the message of the angel. Just follow that message. This angel. And apply the discipline of the 5 pillars. And you will return home safely, securely, very at peace and security. Especially our sisters. You will no more be abused, attacked, afflicted upon by our enemies no more ever. Assalamu alaikum.
That's my brother there. My twin brother. Handsome, ain't he? I like the way he talk, boy. I heard that. Well, I'm going to speak this quickly. What's that way here? Oops. Oh, nope, don't want to do that. Brothers and sisters, this talk about free will. I keep telling you to study mathematics, brothers and sisters. No such thing. The short of it is, you come to the world. I said nations are pressure fields. They're force fields, pressure fields, force fields, same thing, right? And this reality is a pressure reality. You see? And then, well, I'm gonna leave it there. So when you come into the world, you a force field. But your force field has the quality of your DNA. So you might come at this angle, you come at a different angle, right? But your DNA is, like say, if you look at vectors at different angles, right? So the DNA will determine the quality of your force field, or your vector field, if you put it that way. So this represents, say, this represents the forces that's up, that you face with when you come out of the womb, right? So here you are. Now when these two meet, this is going to be the result, right? So here you was like this. Now you confronted with this where you were. Then you confronted with you come out the womb and you confronted with the forces that surround you, and so your decision or reaction is going to be based on that. Your DNA with this, and that's resulted, right? So let me do something real quick like I did yesterday, and then close. I don't think I'm gonna close that quick, but anyway, hold on. Okay, I think this will work. Okay, leave it like that. Okay, see here. Now here you come like, okay, but, right? Now you come in at this angle, depending on your DNA. This angle, depends on your DNA. That's the angle that angle represents. So if you come in like this angle like this, right? Then this is going to change, because this is going to be more like this then. See? Or say you come in an angle like this. Right? Then this here is going to, uh-oh. Be more like this. But this will be the result of your vector and the vector, the pressure field that you come into. And that's it. So there's no free will there, because free will would say that no matter what this is, you can change this to something else. And that's not mathematics. Say, well, I want it this way. Well, that doesn't compute. This is not the result of these two. You understand? Say, well, I'm coming like this. Mm-hmm. But this here is going to be like, that's what you say if you say free will. Like, it's going to be like, no, that's not. No, it has to be a result of these two. Period. Now, if you get that, you do. You know, no such thing as free will. From the time you exist to the time you don't exist anymore, your reaction, your thoughts are reaction, which action produces action that produces a reaction. It's constant reaction to what's around you. You're constantly reacting. Your thoughts are constantly reacting to the environment you're around. But action produces a reaction. Your thoughts are constant reaction, but reaction itself is an action. So you're constantly going through life, constantly reacting to the force around you. And resulting is between who you are at that time and the reality of your situation around. So right now, the vector's field is changing in our favor. So we start acting more and more like ourselves as North Star together. But I hope you understand, brothers and sisters, no such thing as free will. If there was such a free will, there'd be no possibility of prophecy, because they couldn't determine what you're going to do, because you might do anything. See, free will is chaos. Chaos does not exist. Chaos and order both cannot exist at the same time. Chaos, by definition, means no order at all. Move on, brothers and sisters. What's going on, bro? Something strange here. Let me hold on a second here. Something strange going on here. Where's that coming from? I missed something there? Okay. I got it. Okay. Let's move on, brothers and sisters. So let's talk. Let me move on for this. Okay, I'll play this.
Now after the death of Moses the servant of the Lord it came to pass, that the Lord spake unto Joshua the son of Nun, Moses' minister, saying, To Moses my servant is dead, now therefore arise, go over this Jordan, thou, and all this people, unto the land which I do give to them, even to the children of Israel. 3. Every place that the sole of your foot shall tread upon, that have I given unto you, as I said unto Moses. For from the wilderness and this Lebanon even unto the great river, the river Euphrates, all the land of the Hittites, and unto the great sea toward the going down of the sun, shall be your coast. 5. There shall not any man be able to stand before thee all the days of thy life, as I was with Moses, so I will be with thee, I will not fail thee, nor forsake thee.
And notice he's talking to Joshua, not Aaron, not Farrakhan, the messenger of covenant. So what happened to Aaron? Because Aaron got wiped out in the wilderness. He didn't make it to the promised land. He got all his people killed when Moses returned. It says those with the messenger of covenant, right, come with me. And those, he went to Aaron's camp, and those stayed with Aaron, they got wiped out. There it is. See, we speak the scriptures here. They make up shit. Whatever they think, because they're desperate over there. And it won't be much longer. They won't be around much longer. Let's to the next one.
6. Be strong and of a good courage, for unto this people shalt thou divide for an inheritance the land, which I swear unto their fathers to give them. 7. Only be thou strong and very courageous, that thou mayest observe to do according to all the law, which Moses my servant commanded thee. Turn not from it to the right hand or to the left, that thou mayest prosper whithersoever thou goest. 8. This book of the law shall not depart out of thy mouth, but thou shalt meditate therein day and night, that thou mayest observe to do according to all that is written therein, for then thou shalt make thy way prosperous, and then thou shalt have good success. 9. Have not I commanded thee? Be strong and of a good courage, be not afraid, neither be thou dismayed, for the Lord thy God is with thee whithersoever thou goest.
What law he's talking about, brothers and sisters? He's talking about the 5 pillars. See, not talking about the law of Moses like he tried to tell you Sunday. The law of Moses, the 10 Commandments, they're qualitative law. They're not the law of power. That's not what Elijah Muhammad taught anyway. He didn't teach the 10 Commandments. He taught what's called a restrictive law. Tim Lion. See? And that was the basis of the 5 pillars. The 5 pillars are the tools, the gym, so to speak, of discipline. 5 pillars are the gym of discipline. So you go in there, that's why you start getting your discipline up. Start strengthening your discipline. And once you're disciplined, times energy is power. So the more discipline you have, more power you're going to have. But right now you're powerless because you don't have the gym of discipline. In fact, they don't teach you discipline, they teach you obedience. So you walk around, you don't even know that it's a gym at all. And so you walk around weak and everything else, and you're 100-pound weaker, and it's 150-pound weaker whooping your ass. You can understand why they were so strong in you. When you can be 1,000 pounds of muscle, but you don't know because you don't know there's a gym that you can build those muscles, build that discipline. That's the 5 pillars. That make you more powerful than them, and then they can't touch you anymore. Because greater power overcomes lesser power. If you understand greater pressure overcomes less, nothing lesser pressure can do. That's why it says no weapon formed will fail against you. Nothing. Because once you have high pressure, nothing they can do to you. Nothing. They can't keep you in jail. They can't do anything to you. You're not under stress anymore. You're not under stress. They can't. Once your power is greater than theirs, there's nothing they can do to you. It's absolutely nothing. Because it's all about pressure. It's not about how many men you got, how many bombs, all that kind of stuff. It's about pressure. That's what we're trying to teach you. That's why I said the law. He didn't tell Moses, Joshua to go in and get some guns and get a bomb. He said, no, obey the law. Obey the law. 100%. Obey the law. Obey the law. Obey the law. Because it's all about pressure. Once you understand, brothers and sisters, and you will understand it, some of you will soon, but it's all about the law. And that's the law of 5 pillars. Let's play this.
1. And it shall come to pass, when all these things are come upon thee, the blessing and the curse, which I have set before thee, and thou shalt call them to mind among all the nations, whither the Lord thy God hath driven thee, to and shalt return unto the Lord thy God, and shalt obey his voice according to all that I command thee this day, thou and thy children, with all thine heart, and with all thy soul. 3. That then the Lord thy God will turn thy captivity, and have compassion upon thee, and will return and gather thee from all the nations, whither the Lord thy God hath scattered thee. For if any of thine be driven out unto the outmost parts of heaven, from thence will the Lord thy God gather thee, and from thence will he fetch thee. 5. And the Lord thy God will bring thee into the land which thy fathers possessed, and thou shalt possess it, and he will do thee good, and multiply thee above thy fathers.
Understand that, brothers and sisters. So it's telling you that's your protection. Because that's protect what's about to come. You're not getting that Farrakhan because they don't know. Plus, it wouldn't protect him anyway. He's not seed Abraham. That's what Once you apply that, that's why you're going to tribulation as you wash your robes in the blood of the Lamb. See? Me giving you information. You apply it, you start applying it, things start changing your life immediately. Because also you start building those muscles, those pressure, and all of a sudden you get less and less stress. You find less and less stress, and eventually you have no stress at all. No stress in your life. What stress? Bills, relationships, all that kind of stuff. All that stuff, there's no stress in my life. I'm 76 years old, there's no stress in my life. Because I apply this, no stress in my life. Oh, I got resistance. Okay. That's not stress. It can be stress if resistance is greater than my trying to grow. That means I'm under stress and I'm not growing. Resistance overcame me. But I'm overcoming the resistance. I'm growing. There's no stress in my life. No stress in my wife's life either. I was asked the other day here, are you under stress with me? I said, you don't really like me, do you? You know, that's me talking crazy, right? But she's not in any stress. Anybody knows me know I'm not in any stress. I'm comfortable. We're not worried about anything. Well, I guess I am under certain kind of stress because I got to deal with this job, but I hate doing, right? But I'm not under stress, right? So anyway, I'm telling you, what you need to do. You don't have to pay me any money for it. All you gotta do is apply. How can it hurt you? Oh no, I gotta hold on to Jesus. Well, hold on to Jesus. How is that working? How is that working? Hold on to Jesus. Let's move on. Law, obey that law, and we're going to show what that is. The 5 pillars. And then what it's saying here is that you got a choice. Farrakhan, the bullshit, American Dream, Scientology, Dianetics, Jesus, or you got the law. Measure the covenant. That's the choice it's going to tell you about right here. And you already on line one choice. How's it working? So you got an alternative.
See, I have set before thee this day life and good, and death and evil. 16 In that I command thee this day to love the Lord thy God, to walk in his ways, and to keep his commandments and his statutes and his judgments, that thou mayest live and multiply, and the Lord thy God shall bless thee in the land whither thou goest to possess it. 17 But if thine heart turn away, so that thou wilt not hear, but shalt be drawn away, and worship other gods, and serve them. 18 I denounce unto you this day, that ye shall surely perish, and that ye shall not prolong your days upon the land, whither thou passest over Jordan to go to possess it. 19 I call heaven and earth to record this day against you, that I have set before you life and death, blessing and cursing. Therefore choose life, that both thou and thy seed may live. 20 That thou mayest love the Lord thy God, and that thou mayest obey his voice, and that thou mayest cleave unto him, for he is thy life, and the length of thy days, that thou mayest dwell in the land which the Lord sware unto thy fathers, to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob, to give them.
See, brothers and sisters, it's just the law. Farrakhan, oh, just listen to Farrakhan. That's going to save you. Really? How does that work? It's not saving him. He's shitting the piss in the bag, can't wipe his own ass. They got to hold him up. But anyway, you want to go with that, go with it. Or just believe in Jesus. Oh, how is that working? Obey the law. And we're going to show what that law is. You apply it. Start applying today. 100%. And watch your life change. That's why Master Muhammad said he can put you in heaven overnight. Start applying it. So watch things change around you. If you apply it 100%. Because it covers everything. It makes you impregnable. Invincible. See, it's the problem right now. We mixed in with these demons. And they the ones keep you Because they don't have much discipline, and they want to keep you undisciplined. Oh, let's party, man. And so you follow the example because they look like you, but you can't understand why the sheep eating other sheep, why they killing us, why they stealing from us, because that's demons. Farrakhan won't tell you about, oh, we need to love each other. No, because those are demons. The chaff sowed amongst the wheat, those ones killing and raping, all that kind of stuff. And we got to separate them out. It said the Son of Man will separate them out. And then you shine the stars of heaven. They're the ones that's causing the problem. Stealing, killing, cheating, or that's them doing that. Like, you got a bunch of sheep, and all of a sudden, you got wolves in sheep clothing. And if you listen to it carefully, they're still going to sound like wolves, because wolves can't change their voice. They might look like sheep. Farrakhan still talk like a wolf, don't they? But anyway, if you get past that, well, how come some of these sheep eating wolves? Some of these sheep eating other sheep? Then you get nervous, you get scared. You can't trust each other because you know who's who. That's why right now, we're scared of each other. We're afraid of each other because we don't know who's who. Once we separate them out, we're going to love each other. Once we separate them demons out, we're going to love each other and come together like Hajj, one body. Get rid of that cancer. Be healthy again. They're the ones that's causing us to be sick and cancerous and everything else. They're the ones causing destruction in our community with their bullshit. The demons, the politicians, the preachers. Once they separate out, then we come together to see the great army. Unify, Hajj. Ready to kick ass. And this is what's about to happen. Separate the sheep. He said they're going to ship the goats from the sheep and throw the goats in the fire. Separate the wheat from the chaff, throw the chaff in the fire. That's what's about to happen, brothers and sisters. Very soon. Let me move out the way here. Mm-hmm. It's about to happen. What happened? Separate Farrakhan from us. They can't live off us anymore. Let's move on. See what it says here? No weapon that's formed against you shall prosper. Every tongue that rises against you in judgment shall condemn. Because there's nothing wrong with you. You're perfect. You're diamonds. The point is nothing. See, they blaming us for what the demons are doing. So anybody rise up, man, it's the demons. It's not you. I tell you, it's a force. Somebody's force with balloon force underwater. So you can't blame the balloon. But once you move the foot, they're gonna blame you. No, you be condemned. It's the demons that's the problem. Farrakhan and his boys, Legion, Louis Eugene Grounds, NOI backwards. We are many. Please don't make us leave the country. That sound familiar? Stop tormenting me. Sound familiar? And he knew who the Son of Man was. He knew. He said, look at Mark. He knew. He knew who the messenger of the covenant was. He knew. But he kept from his friend, kept from his other people. And they was possessing the Nation of Islam. The man was beating himself. He was possessed by these demons. Nation of Islam is one that he didn't have his mind. But his nature drew him to the Son of Man and it gave him his mind back. But Legion, Louis Eugene Grounds, and his demons had control of the man and his mind. It's right there. Again, men's hearts failing for fear. But what's happening about to happen in the Middle East is going to be so dramatic, and they know it's on the way here. A race war, famine, cannibalism, everything you can imagine and can't imagine. Okay, let's talk about this. I'm going to close, brothers and sisters. Now, notice this Quran. It says, keep up prayer from the declining of the sun to the dark of the night, and recite the Quran at dawn. Sure, recite the Quran at dawn as witness. Keep that in mind. The recital of the Quran. Now, when you go look at the Sunni prayers, the Sunni prayers, if you see their prayers, I ain't talking about, oh Allah, please give me a gun, give me a car. No, their prayers is just recitals and verses of the Quran. That's their prayers. So it's all about recital. When they say their prayers, their five prayers, they're reciting portions of the Quran or verses from the Quran. So it's still all recital. It's just that the prayer is a ritual. But what they're saying is all recital. All of it is recital. Keep that in mind. And during part of the night, keep awake beyond. See, there's no prayer scheduled for night. So it's talking about recital. And during part of the night, keep awake beyond what's incumbent. Well, there's nothing incumbent upon you to say in prayers of night. So they're talking about recital again. Recital. And indeed, maybe that Lord raised to a position of great glory. They don't say it about what you call prayers. Recital. That's why I teach you. That's what Master Muhammad did. He recited. Muhammad said he recited history for 6 to 8 hours a night, walking back and forth. He never elaborated, at least not while I was there, what that history was. I'm assuming it's the Quran. Injil, brothers and sisters. Injil is the doorway. And here's the 5 pillars. That's your gym. That's your discipline gym. You apply that and that gets your discipline stronger and stronger. That gives you more control of your energy management, which converts into power. The discipline times energy is power. So get your discipline up. Go to discipline gym, start applying those. The more you apply them, the more discipline you're going to have, the more power you're going to have. And you eventually overcome your enemies, because if you have more power than them, then you could control them then. And they don't want that. That's the 5 pillars. I'm going to talk to them maybe tomorrow, go into more detail each one of them. Faith one, first get the angel. See, because you go faith, but you want to go faith to wisdom. And angel explains everything. See? And it gives you a firm hand on consequence, because consequence is the base of everything. Every action has an equal reaction. Consequence is the base of everything. It's the most fundamental principle in the universe. Consequence. And you learn that from the angel. Once you understand consequence, that's going to control your actions, because you're going to make sure you ain't going to do anything that's going to hurt you, unless you want to be hurt. And then slots. Recital takes you, I'm not going into detail here, maybe tomorrow. I took much longer than I expected. Firms your heart. Because they're going to use it, they got a weapon. They got a weapon for on the consequence of the angel. That's all this confusion out there. It's not going to work. But once you're an angel, that confusion goes away. Anybody that's studied the angel knows. Let me back up here. The weapon against here is confusion. Anybody that has any grips on the angel knows all that confusion just goes away. Once you got the angel, all that confusion just goes away. So that weapon is, you already destroyed that weapon. That weapon can be used against you once you got the angel. All that confusion, because everybody's being beat by that confusion. Once you angel, that confusion doesn't bother you. If you really got it, that's one weapon right there. You always say they can't prevail against you. The confusion. That's one of the main weapons right now. That's part of the resistance. Confusion and darkness. People say the darkness in the great light. And then slots. Emotional. It firms your heart. Those that's applying this, they found they're not as emotional as it was before. They're more calm, more intellectual, not burned by mood swings and all that kind of stuff. The more they do it, there's some people say, like the Quran say, they call it the meanest at first thought, because we don't react. Something terrible happens and we cool. And see, they don't expect that. You're supposed to be emotional. Oh man, my mama, somehow my mama, man, and my husband, man, he's in the hospital. You know, you're supposed to be crying, all that kind of stuff. You ain't doing all that. Okay? Okay? I mean, there's time for those things, but the point is that here isn't. You got it under control. Because that's one of the weapons they're going to use against you. They already used it against you now, but it's going to get worse. The confusion is going to get worse too. But the point is, both of these, if you apply these things, it won't bother you. Then the balance. Bad luck and good luck. That's what it's all about right here. Right? I keep, aside for a little incident I had not too long ago, whatever, I keep, every wife keeps saying, what's going on? You know? Let me talk a couple of things. I'm gonna finish up tomorrow. Right? Okay. I went and ordered a lot of stuff online, right? Whole lot of stuff, right? And over $100. A lot more, but I just said $100, right? And so when I got it, right, it was a couple of items missing. So I called them and said, hey man, y'all missed a couple of items. Oh really? Yeah. Okay. We'll give them to you. So the next day, they sent me the whole order. I had ordered the first time. It didn't charge me anything. I said, man, why is stuff happen to you like that all the time? And like, you know, was at a place, I was staying at a place, and it was just bad news. Somebody took over the whole complex, and it was just, I said, man, get the hell out of here. And so I told my wife, go find a place that you like. Oh man, well, it's going to cost more. I said, just go find a place that you like. Don't worry about it. She's finally catching the message because she's been knowing me for 40 years. You know, I don't worry about money and stuff like that. So don't worry about it. I said, don't worry about it. So she went and found a place she liked. I said, okay. She said, well, it's going to cost a lot more money. I said, don't worry about it, right? So I go out and I'm driving, and this woman runs a red light, tows my car, right? I didn't get, I didn't get bruised or anything like that, right? Those slight little trauma, anyway. And I ended up getting a new car and a big settlement. So I gave it all to her. Damn, you don't worry about anything, do you? That's, because things work out. I can tell you a story after story after story. Things work out to your benefit. So if something bad happens, will turn into a good thing. But that's up to you. So you generate good luck. Don't take stuff people give. I'm not going into detail. Tomorrow, I think I'll go into detail of these things. You apply these things. That's why it says, do good to others. Spend out what we have given you. That way you create good luck for yourself. That's the balance. See? Then you got fast and manage your energy. It's all about energy management. All these are connected. But you're fasting, that means, because right now, you're using a lot of energy unnecessarily. Because you're eating 3 times a day. Look how much energy it takes your body to handle all that. That's a lot of unnecessary energy right there. So say you need 50 calories a day. I'm just throwing out 70 calories a day, say you need. That's how much you need to survive, right? Well, say 90. You need 90 calories a day to survive. Right? So you eat 90 calories in the evening. But you say, well, I'm eating 30 in the morning, 30 in the afternoon, 30. Well, why not eat 39? It's 90, that's what you need. Because now you give your body a rest. Because if you eat 3 times, you constantly use a lot of energy, digestion and everything else. So now you waste a lot of energy, right? That's part of fasting. That's just part of it. All these things work together. Maybe tomorrow I'll go into more detail each one. And then Hajj, right? Because then while you're working together, it's like, like I said, I was talking yesterday about like in Africa when they was doing this so-called slave trade and everything else. African tribes would take and they would get together, they would sing all together, sing a song, a loud song, and because you sing by, like for instance, if you say you got a boom box and you turn it on, boom, right? It's sound. What if you put 100 of them? Turn at the same time, you blow windows out, you knock stuff down. Because now they're all working together. And once we start working together, our power is magnified. The way Elijah Muhammad said, it says the God is one. And every time you add something to him, you like adding a 0. So if you add 1, you add 0, it's 10. You add another 0, it's 100. Another 0 is 1,000. That's where he explained it. Hajj. Come together, exceeding great army. How powerful you would be once we all put out all the energy together and realize we're one body. I'm leaving it there, bro. It's this much more, but I'm leaving it there. That is what the law. That's your gym. You apply it immediately, and watch things start changing in your life. Stress start going away. You start having control of things, but don't use it to control other people. Use it to maintain control of yourself, because it takes energy to control other people. I got family members that's totally messed up because they're trying to control other people. Like my demon wife, always trying to control me. It ended up driving herself crazy. Lost control of herself, trying to control me. And I'm not going to be controlled by anybody. Okay, let's get back to this reciting and close about. See here? Well, whoever does good, whether, listen to this. Whoever does good, whether male or female, is a believer, we shall certainly make him live a good life. So now, when I was reciting the Quran, that means a stress-free life. That's what good life is, a stress-free life. That's what good life is, a stress-free life. You recite and you have a stress-free life. It says over and over in the Quran. And recite the Quran. So you read at your leisure, brother. Sure, those who recite the book of Allah and keep up prayer, but prayer is reciting. Rise by night, sip a little half of it, or a lesson a little, or by add to it, and recite the Quran in a leisurely manner. And without reciting the Quran, we place between thee and those who believe not hereafter a hidden barrier. Oh, well, you got a force field around you. Force field around you between you and those that ain't reciting. And recite the Quran. I command those submit and recite the Quran. So whoever goes right with his own soul. Whoever goes straight, say, I'm only one of them. Oh, well. Recite that which has been revealed the other book. Keep saying the same thing over and over. Recite. But nobody's teaching you to recite. They tell you to do prayers, but you're saying about tomorrow reciting? Farrakhan wants you Dianetics. So you mean Master Muhammad was deficient? His wisdom was deficient? He had to consult L. Ron Hubbard to get your mind together? Is that what you're saying? He's wiser than Master Muhammad? And Elijah Muhammad wasn't sufficient? Islam is not sufficient? You see that bullshit? I don't do any Dianetics. I live a stress-free life. Maybe you think I'm crazy, maybe I am. But if I'm crazy, right, I ain't stressed. Then you see people like Prince and Michael and Whitney and so forth, right? All that money, was they stressed? See, we take drugs, it doesn't relieve the stress. It just makes you not aware of it. The stress still on you, so you feel it. It's like, you numb you. So you're being, like when they cut you, and they're cutting you up, but you don't feel it. You're still being cut up. So they ended up being crushed, didn't they? Those drugs didn't help them. Because they was under stress, they didn't notice, they got crushed out of existence. They just didn't feel themselves being crushed. That's what take drugs. That's a fool's errand. Sure, recite a Quran. And keep up prayer and spend with giving them secret openly, hope for a gain which perishes not. That he may pay them fully their reward, give them out of his grace. Surely he is forgiving, multiply reward. Okay, we're gonna leave it there, brothers and sisters. And I'll probably pick up on that tomorrow. Right, going deeper into these to the pillars, the gym. I'm gonna leave it there, brothers and sisters. The 5 pillars. I got presentation, explain in detail. But the 5 pillars. That's your protection. Because this pressure field, all their weapons, like that stuff, right? It's all based on pressure. It takes their mind to make it happen. That's pressure. It says no weapon. It didn't say you had to buy bombs. It didn't have to say you buy knives and forks or spears. opaque law. If you understand how pressure works, you understand once you do that, your pressure is great and there's nothing they can do. No atomic bomb, no missile, no radiation, no laser, nothing can harm you. That's what it tells you. But that's the reason why, it says, and that's the promise. So you can apply it or don't, it's up to you. Go get your gun if you want to. But who makes the guns? Apply that, you live a stress-free life, and plus you protect it. And then you need the engine, you need GPS, give you direction. What good is to have a Lamborghini with a powerful engine, you don't have a steering wheel? Hope you understand, bro, so I'm leave it there. Assalamu alaikum.
We have a lot of that going on, so we're taking care of our farmers. We can't let our farmers not have anybody, these are these people, you can't replace them very easily. People that live in the inner city are not doing that work. They're just not doing that work. And they've tried, we've tried, everybody tried. They don't do it. These people do it naturally. I said, what happens if they get it to a farmer the other day? What happens if they get a bad back? He said, they don't get a bad back, sir, because if they get a bad back, they die. I said, that's interesting, isn't it?
Well, you heard that. Donald Trump is a believer in eugenics. He believes that white people are the superior race. And inner city is code for black people. And he believes black people cannot now work on the farms. I guess they're not good enough for that. So Hispanic people can do it because they have the backs for it. This is what this man is saying out loud in interviews. He is a racist. It's been proven time and time again. The man had Mein Kampf on his bedside table that he would read at night. Enough to let you know where he stands on that. Just more outrageous, racist things from Donald Trump. They want to arrest those who can do the farm work well until their backs give out. And then he'll probably ship them to El Salvador or some other country. Just more vile statements from the president and let you know where he stands.
When they were arresting people for praying outside of abortion clinics. I mean, I do think the UK, and I say this as, someone who is half English, I think it's reached, or it is quickly reaching a point where democratic reforms are going to be pretty tough because of the demographic change. And that, of course, the point of importing all these people is to overwhelm the people who live there who disapprove of the program. So you don't have to care what they think because you just bring in new people and their will becomes all that matters. And so I don't think you're going to fix these things through elections at some point, probably pretty soon. And I just worry a place like the UK, Canada is another, a bunch of different countries in the West are at the point where they're literally revolutionary. They are poised for revolution. And as someone who really doesn't support revolution and hates violence and hates civil war above all, I'm worried about that. I mean, I don't see how this is fixed. Starmer, who's, he's just an instrument of larger forces, but he's a poisonous character, obviously, who's really hurt your country. He's in there for 4 more years. And so you wonder, people are going to start to get really radical in a scary way. I think this is going to happen. And the people in charge don't seem to care.
Well, you're already seeing it. You are seeing the anger beginning to manifest itself. And I completely understand the anger. I don't, like you, I abhor any form of violence. But I do understand the anger when you have, Keir Starmer campaign. I'm going to smash the gangs that allow these little boats to come over the channel, delivering tens of thousands of people illegally into the country. And they then get put into these so-called asylum hotels where they're given a pretty good lifestyle. certainly a far better lifestyle than many people really struggling at the moment in the UK. And of course, far from smashing the gangs, it turned out yesterday that he's smashing new records for the number of people coming in illegally on the boats. It's out of control. And the British public are reaching a point of saying, we are done with people coming in illegally and being treated better in a more comfortable and more luxurious manner than we treat our own people.
Well, the whole point is to humiliate and degrade the indigenous population of the British Isles, the white population. I mean, that's the whole point. And are they really going to do something about it? What would that be exactly?
Are reaching a point of saying, we are done with people coming in illegally and being treated better in a more comfortable and more luxurious manner than we treat our own people.
Well, the whole point is to humiliate and degrade the indigenous population of the British Isles, the white population. I mean, that's the whole point. And are they really going to do something about it? What would that be exactly? You'd really have to force a lot of people to go back to their countries of origin, millions of people, and you need to do it really soon. And are they actually willing to do that? I don't know, but these are existential questions that we have been browbeat into ignoring for decades. But the question is, like, is Ireland Ireland? If it's majority non-Irish, oh, shut up, they're Irish. No, they're actually not Irish. Same with the UK, same with England, Scotland, Wales. Like, it's all changing so fast. Nothing like this has ever happened in all of history, except when, say, the Mongols swept across the steppe and raped everybody. Like, that was true demographic change on this scale. But even that wasn't as profound as what we're seeing in every white country around the world. I would say the West, but Australia and New Zealand also. So, like, what is that? Now, my brain is not big enough to understand what that is. I have a lot of theories about it, but I don't know if they're true. All I know is what the numbers are, and that's real, and no one feels that he can say it. Everyone's like, oh, well, if that were happening in China or India or Malaysia or Senegal, it doesn't matter. You'd be like, what the hell is that? Like, the population's totally different. Look at graduation. Pick, I don't know, King's College Law School, and look at the graduation picture for the last 30 years. Who's in it? Just, like, let your eyes tell you the truth for once. Like, this is a total change in population. Is it better? Is it worse? Can't have that conversation. Who's pushing this? Does the population want it? The population clearly doesn't want it. There's no polling that's meaningful on the subject. I mean, there's no referendum on it. You don't get to decide. You've got no voice in it, other than you get to go to jail if you complain loudly enough about it. What is this? I think it's the biggest and darkest thing that has happened in the last 1,000 years, for sure. And I think it's leading somewhere really, really bad. It's not happening by accident, that's obvious, because it's only happening in white countries.
I mean, I think that...
Oh, shut up, white supremacist. In fact, I'm not white supremacist. Well, I'm just noticing what the hell's going on.
I think most people I've spoken to about this in the UK, most people have always viewed the UK to be a very tolerant, multicultural, cosmopolitan place to live. That's why so many people want to come here. And people have no problem with that. And it's been very successful for a long period of time.
But it's multicultural? What does that mean?
We have a lot of different people from different countries, different cultures, and it's always worked historically.
So is Sharia law, in a multicultural country, is Sharia law... What does that mean?
We have a lot of different people from different countries, different cultures, and it's always worked historically.
So is Sharia law, in a multicultural country, is Sharia law every bit as valid as English common?
No, people don't want Sharia law here. No.
A lot of people do. Wait, hold on. I don't know what you mean. Multiculturalism itself is the lie designed to subvert a society. A society has a culture. You can argue about what it is or ought to be. It's not necessarily the same as race. It's connected to race, but it's not the same. People from different races can buy into your culture. That was kind of the beauty of the West. But a multicultural society is not sustainable. There's
your society is
one
about
culture will dominate.
Hang on, surely the United States of America, given the very way it was created, is the epitome of a multicultural society. And my point I was going to make to you
it's absolutely not. No. It's a multiracial society.
Yeah.
Though it was not actually a multiracial society up until pretty recent. It's just like 90% white for most of its existence, but whatever. But you did have different peoples, you had different religions. That was all totally fine, but there was one culture, it's American culture. There's no such thing as a multicultural society. It's not sustainable. One culture will overwhelm the other. Again, it's not the same as race. It's not identical to race. It's connected, but it's not the same. But multiculturalism is by definition insane. No, it's never happened. It never will happen. One culture will predominate. It will impose its values on everybody else. I mean, the gay thing, which was not a thing 40 years ago, gay was a slur, all of a sudden becomes multicultural there. There's one culture, and it's required. And that's true in every society, because a culture is a commonly agreed upon set of values, which in their firmest form are called laws.
But those values can evolve.
It's true everywhere.
But those values can evolve.
Of course they evolve, but there's only one set of them. It's not multicultural. There's one set. You don't have one God in every society. Sorry.
But your country's values were established by the United States Constitution, and that's had, what was it, 26, 27 amendments? Right, so your own values, as determined by the Founding Fathers, they have evolved and been changed to accommodate changing time.
There's no doubt. Look, I'm not even arguing against change. That's natural. It's natural that people's views evolve.
So the culture changes.
If you're rejecting the laws of nature, then you're doomed. But let me just say, no, of course, societies change. I get it. All I'm saying, I'm making a very discrete, specific point, which is multiculturalism as an idea is laughably stupid. It has never worked. We never had it anywhere, and it never will exist, because it's contrary to human nature. One culture, one way of looking at things, one worldview will predominate, and it will punish all who deviate from it. That is the nature of societies. So if you're telling me it's
determined by the Founding Fathers, they have evolved and been changed to accommodate changing time.
There's no doubt. Look, I'm not even arguing against change. That's natural. It's natural that people's views evolve.
So values can evolve.
There's one culture, and it's required. And that's true in every society, because a culture is a commonly agreed upon set of values, which in their firmest form are called laws.
But those values can evolve.
This is true everywhere.
But those values can evolve.
Of course they evolve, but there's only one set of them. It's not multicultural. There's one set. You don't have one God in every society. Sorry.
But your country's values were established by the United States Constitution, and that's had, what was it, 26, 27 amendments? Right, so your own values, as determined by the Founding Fathers, they have evolved and been changed to accommodate changing time.
There's no doubt. Look, I'm not even arguing against change. Natural that people's views evolve.
So the culture changes.
If you're rejecting the laws of nature, then you're doomed. But let me just say, no, of course, societies change. I get it. All I'm saying, I'm making a very discrete, specific point, which is multiculturalism as an idea is laughably stupid. It has never worked. We never had it anywhere, and it never will exist, because it's contrary to human nature. One culture, one way of looking at things, one worldview will predominate, and it will punish all who deviate from it. That is the nature of societies. So if you're telling me it's multicultural, we can all live and have radically different values, that's just not true. It's never been true. It never will be true. So you're having one culture, one worldview predominate over another and dominate and suppress all dissent. That's just what it is.
I would point to the United States of America and the United Kingdom as two shining examples, albeit not completely without their flaws, the shining examples of places that are deemed by the rest of the... Certainly feel that about my country.
Well, I certainly think that inherent in Christianity is the notion of tolerance, and that draws from a core Christian concept, which is free will. You cannot force someone to convert. There's never been conversion by the sword in Christianity. People decide to believe in it. And so that is central to the religion, therefore it's been central to the society. Western civilization is Christian civilization, and so we call that tolerance. It's a respect for your inherent God-given right to make a choice about what you believe. Okay, so of course, that's always been a feature. My only point is, a society has a commonly agreed upon set of beliefs, rules, and laws that are the definition of the society itself. That's what society is. So you can't have competing. You can't have, gay world and Sharia world living co-equally in a society. That does not happen. It will never happen. So you have to pick one. Are we the Sharia society? Are we the party time gay rights society? Which one? And you can't face that reality, so you're just sort of snoozing along until the inevitable point where you can wake up and be like, my values have no bearing on what our society is anymore, because we've been invaded by other people with a totally different worldview, and they're now in charge. And that day is coming very soon for your country, and maybe it'll improve it. I don't think the UK could be a lot worse than it already is. It's this kind of disgusting, sad, self-hating, suicidal island that was once great. It kills me to see it as a half-English person, but that day is coming. It will change. You will either decide to be Western or Eastern. That's a choice that we're all going to face. I don't want to face that choice, but it's being foisted upon us by the architect. That's a choice that we're all going to face. Suicidal island that was once great. It kills me to see it as a half-English. That day is coming. It will change. You will either decide to be Western or Eastern. That's a choice that we're all going to face. I don't want to face that choice, but it's being foisted upon us by the architects of mass migration. Sorry.
I would question your characterization of my country as a sad, disgusting, suicidal nation. I feel none of those things. I feel very happy to be in the United Kingdom, and I feel that there are lots of very happy.
Our system, the Western system, which is very distinct from the Eastern system, very distinct, and it's distinct on this one precise point, we believe, and have always believed since this country was founded, since your country became, not a pure monarchy, but even when it was a pure monarchy, the belief in the West, because of Christianity, was the worst thing you can do is punish the innocent. That's the worst thing you can do. That's worse than not punishing the guilty. And we often said that to each other. We no longer say that because there is a pretty concerted effort to blur the meaning of these terms. But I'm not going to be deterred from defining words precisely. Terror is murdering people, killing people, punishing people who committed no crime. Period.
So when the Israeli government says it has repeatedly that even though over 20,000 completely innocent children are believed to have died in their response to what Hamas did on October the 7th at the hands of the IDF, there are many on the pro-Palestinian side who say that Israel is behaving like terrorists too in the way that they have gone about conducting this war. Would you go as far as to say that?
One of the things that I really object to now is this relentless focus on Israel, which, by the way, is a foreign country that I have nothing to do with.
We've done this before. Now, maybe today things are different, and we will end up living in a nation that is sharply divided and may ultimately produce something else. But I'm an American. I love my country. I want to see it stay together. I'm interested in social cohesion, which means that I think our laws, customs, and culture have to be dominant. We can accept some diversity on the edges, but not fundamental division. I think we're in a state of fundamental division. So when I bring up Sharia law, I've sat in many discussions with many people that said, well, I don't care what people look like, but I do care about Sharia law, and I don't want that practiced anywhere near my family or in my country. And that's something you should be aware of. So the notion that someone can come here and say, well, that's part of my religion, and we're going to abide by Sharia law, they're going to find serious resistance and opposition in the country. That's It's because it matters. It's this thing we call societal cohesion. Nations do not exist on their own. They have a core population. Our core population from the very beginning was always at least 80% European and Christian, and about 15 to 20% African. But when you start bringing in huge numbers, millions, who are fundamentally different from the core population, you are going to get violence, anger, and conflict. How many times have you heard people say, if you bring people in from the developing world, what do you get? The developing world. And now we've got that. You can't bring in hundreds of thousands of people from Somalia, plant them, of all places, in Minnesota,
and then be shocked that, no, they're not Americans. They're not really interested in being Americans. They're foreigners living on American soil. Nobody wants to say that publicly. If you do, oh, well, you're a racist. Well, you know, the world is full of racists. The real war that's going to decide our fate is not going to be fought anywhere overseas. It's going to be fought right here inside the United States. Are we going to survive as a republic, as an English-speaking republic that rests on the foundations of Western civilization? Or are we going to become something else?
One point that is...
The Constitution was completed in 1789. I think we had 5 million people living in the 13 British colonies. We were 90% white, that is excluding the Africans who were in the country who had been brought here as slaves. But we were 90% white. We were 90% Protestant. And this may be hard for you to believe, but the people that wrote that were trying to protect all of the Protestant sects from a state church on the model of the Church of England and the Roman Catholic Church. That's one of the reasons it was almost 100 years or more after that before people began to finally accept Catholicism as a religion, because it was viewed as political power. My point to you is the Constitution is outdated. The way we are governed is outdated. It has to be re-examined. Nobody in 1789 imagined that anybody would come to the United States except another lunatic, religious fanatical Protestant who hated the Church of England. That's what people feared. That's what they thought of. The Constitution that we have does many good things, but I would argue that the Bill of Rights is ultimately more important. The Bill of Rights is vital and essential, and that needs to be defended. But the Constitution and the way we govern and the things that we're doing, it's out of date. It doesn't fit our needs. And that's back to my comment on something given has no value. You have to earn it. And we haven't made anybody earn their place in this country. I'm talking about people like me that have been here forever. My first ancestor stepped off the boat in 1681. So we've got to get back to some notion of national service, because national service promotes national integration. It addresses some of these problems that you're discussing. Now, I know that you may not want to conform and may not want to be as I am, but I'm an American and nobody questions that. Nobody ever will. If you don't want to stand out and be questioned, then I suggest that you change your appearance, because I don't think it's life or death for you to wear what you wear.
I think this conversation...
It's not fun, because it's leading to violence that could have otherwise been avoided. You see, every great nation, every large nation can always accept some number of people into its ranks that are different from them. It's always been the case. But if you suddenly import millions, which is what's happened here and happened in Europe, then you threaten the core gene pool. What I'm trying to tell you is there's a problem. And we can all think that there isn't, and you can insist there isn't, but that's the view. And I think it's incumbent upon all of us to address it truthfully and openly. Stop pretending it's not a problem. It's a problem.
I mean, what's also a problem is white supremacy, and that...
No, because you're saying you're different, you're going to remain different, and you don't think that if that's not compatible with being an American, then the hell with it. That's what you're going to do.
Well, then what do you make then of, white American people who convert, let's say, to Islam and choose to cover? Are they not American anymore?
Listen, if they want to do that, that's obviously their business. I don't know how many are out there that do that. I think again, it's ill-advised. I think you have to hold the society together. There has to be an agreement on certain things, customs, culture, way of life. And unfortunately, if you're going to practice rigidly a brand of Islam that demands certain things, and this is why I asked right off the bat, do you support Sharia law?
I'm a Muslim. What being a Muslim means is I follow the guidelines of my religion, which is a peaceful...
Does your religion dictate to you Sharia law?
My religion dictates to me to be a good human being, to be good to my neighbors,
that the most powerful force in today's Republican Party is represented by what Charlie Kirk said. It is this drive to make America a white Christian nation. I got to tell you, this is what they say privately. This is not what they say publicly. This is what Charlie Kirk said publicly.
And Joe, again, one of the reasons I wanted to have you on, because you know these people very, very well. Yeah. You said it yourself. You were one of the strongest voices. You were one of the folks who understood the incendiary language when you were in Congress, when you had your radio show, and how people loved when you did it. And then when you chose to apologize for that and turn away from it, oh my God, they literally have just tried to destroy you because of that.
Yeah, again, you know the deal, Roland, right? I came out publicly against Trump 7 years. For 7 years, I put up with death threats on a regular basis. Nobody is welcome in that party unless you bow down to what this force is, this MAGA force. And again, look, there have been some people on the left who've celebrated Charlie Kirk's murder. Shame on them, be better people, but this is much worse, Roland, what my former friends are doing on the right, because they are turning this into a holy war. When you say we declare war on the left because of what some 22-year-old young guy did in Utah, and then you declare war on the whole left, that's a lot worse than celebrating Charlie Kirk's murder, because that's dishonest, but that's also inciting hate and violence. And Roland, look, Trump's an idiot. So yeah, Trump says the left, the problem in the country is the left. J.D. Vance is not an idiot. What did J.D. Vance say today, right? He was subbing for Charlie Kirk on his radio show, and he spent the entire show going after the left, going after them, they, them. Man, Democrats need to wake up, Roland. This is a really serious deal by my former colleagues. The stuff that I hear privately from them right now, Roland, for the last 5 days, they want to go to war. This is a holy war.
Oh, it absolutely is. And what really jumps out at me on this very thing here, Joe, and I've been saying this, I played the speech 2 weeks ago that mainstream media just ignored, of Missouri Senator Eric Schmidt, who gave a speech at NatCon, Peter Thiel's group, where he literally gave a white nationalist speech, where he said our ancestors fought for this country to be ours and no one else. He was talking about white people. He was basically saying, if you are Black, Latino, Asian American, or even Native American, America is not for you. And folks just ignored it. And so people need to understand, again, what they're saying, why they're saying it. And yes, there are many evangelicals, any very conservative white Christians who are pushing this as well, and you nailed it. They want a holy war. They want a race war. They want this to be a white country. It is clear as day.
And Roland, really important point, Charlie Kirk at only 31, the impact he had because he was one of the most successful pushers of this white Christian nationalistic idea. And so I think that's why all of his defenders are out there so strenuously denying he said anything divisive, because they know if you really go through Charlie Kirk's public record, everything he said about people of color and Black women and Muslims and gays and transgenders, if people took the time to go through all of that, and that was put out for average people to see, they'd be blown away by it. That's why his defenders are like supercharged right now. They don't want that record to be seen.
Today, you mentioned, and I mentioned as well, Vice President J.D. Vance sitting to do his show. And listen to this man just blatantly lie, Joe. Play it.
I read a story in The Nation magazine about my dear friend, Charlie Kirk. Now, The Nation isn't a fringe blog. It's a well-funded, well-respected magazine whose publishing history goes back to the American Civil War. George Soros' Open Society Foundation funds this magazine, as does the Ford Foundation and many other wealthy titans of the American progressive movement. The writer accuses Charlie of saying, and I quote, "Black women do not have brain processing power to be taken seriously." But if you go and watch the clip, the very clip she links to, you realize he never said anything like that. He never uttered those words. He made an argument against affirmative action as a policy. He criticized a specific Supreme Court justice as an individual. He never said anything about black women as a group. He made an argument for judging people of all races and backgrounds by their own individual merits.
Bullshit. Okay, Joe, this is actually what he said.
No, Roland, that's utter bullshit.
In fact, you know, if we would have said 3 weeks ago, Blake, if we would have said that Joy Reid and Michelle Obama and Sheila Jackson Lee and Ketanji Brown Jackson were affirmative action picks, we would have been called racist. But now they're coming out and they're saying it for us. They're coming out and they're saying, I'm only here because of affirmative action. Yeah, we know. You do not have the brain processing power to otherwise be taken really seriously. You had to go steal a white person's slot to go be taken somewhat seriously. Play cut 52.
But I rise today as a clear recipient of affirmative action, and particularly in higher education. I may have been admitted on affirmative action, both in terms of being a woman and a woman of color.
All right, Joe, he literally said it. Not only that, Vance lied. Soros does not fund the nation. So he sat there and flat out lied.
And Roland, remind me, what's J.D. Vance's job? He's the vice president, and yet he had time today to do a radio show for a former right-wing podcaster. I mean, look what they're not even, Roland, they're not even subtle about it, what this White House is doing. They believe, man, the path to victory is fear, hate, and division. And that's what they're putting out there. That was Charlie Kirk literally going after 4 accomplished black women by saying they didn't have the brain power to get where they got. This is what he believed. And this is what MAGA believes. And that, again, Roland, broken record, that's why Charlie Kirk was so damn successful. Why he had such a big audience.
Yeah, and not only that, you take Nick Fuentes, who's to the right of Charlie Kirk. The night of or the day after Kirk was shot and killed, Fuentes had 200,000 people watching him live. And so what you have this fervor. And so when I listen to Trump and Vance and all these people talk about, how the left, they're indoctrinating. No, and you know this very well, the indoctrination. We've had people who formerly are with Turning Point USA put out videos talking about how it was really this cult-like figure, this messianic figure that they sort of set Kirk up as, and how they want them to follow that. And so that's what's going on here. These people are not trying to have open dialogue. And not only that, Joe, you take Trump, okay? Trump was very clear in saying he was not going to call Governor Tim Walz after those 4 folks were shot in Minnesota. 2 were killed, including former Speaker of the House and her husband. Now today he's saying, he never even heard of Melissa Hortman, and if the governor had asked him, he would have, of course, lowered the flags to have staff. I'm sorry, he's also lying. He knew about her. He He knew about the shooting, but he was so arrogant that he said, oh, two Democrats, a Democrat Speaker of the House shot and killed? Yeah, I don't care, but lower the flags to have staff with Charlie Kirk. Flies body on Air Force Two. Do a memorial service at the community center. Do another one at the Arizona Cardinals Stadium. Give him the Medal of Freedom. And I'm telling you, they're going to give him a state funeral. That's what you're seeing right now. And then you got Peter Hegseth going after members of the military who said anything negative in the aftermath of his death. You've got Kirk supporters creating a database of people of every social media post, and then even Vance saying on the podcast, you call their employer. So the so-called free speech people all of a sudden are saying, if you say anything negative about Charlie Kirk, after what took place last week, we're going to come after you, come after your job. Oh, I thought they hated cancel culture, Joe.
Yeah. Roland, I remember back in my right-wing radio days, I would come on every day, and there was always some story about some leftist group on a college campus that couldn't handle speech that made them uncomfortable
to say.
Roland, this is scary, and you and I are old enough, man, to remember huge figures in American history who were gunned down, struck down, military leaders, civil rights leaders. We are treating this 31-year-old podcaster, MAGA influencer, like he's Jesus Christ. So I come from the right. Why are my old colleagues and friends on the right doing this, Roland? Because the right wants a religious war. Let's just call it. They want a civil war. They want a holy war. That's why they're putting him up to be some Jesus-like martyr.
Absolutely. I mean, Glenn Beck literally came out and said he was a civil rights leader. Oh my God, stop it. Stop it. I've seen people say, I've seen a lot of these videos, I'm leaving my church because my pastor did not mention him. This was a Christian warrior. And let's just be clear. You said it, white Christian nationalists. It's slaveholder religion. We heard a lot of this stuff during slavery, during Jim Crow, things along those lines. And this whole idea about, it was about debate. It was about, exchange of ideas. I mean, come on, let's just stop it. And so we see what's going on here. We see the games that are being played. And then what gets me, Joe, is this whole deal of, oh my God, the left, how they indoctrinated him and the accused killer going to a university. The dude was at a university for one semester, Joe. You're trying to tell me that one semester at a mostly white institution in Mormon, Utah, which is not a liberal bastion, somehow just radicalize him? I mean, it really is showing folks the hand they're trying to play.
Yeah, and I think even on top of that, Roland, I think it was like some technical school. So it wasn't some crazy liberal arts school for a semester. Look, cut through all the BS. The Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, has publicly said that America should be a white Christian country. This is what animates my former party. Roland, you know me, right? Tea Party Hellraiser. I don't come from the left. I left the Republican Party when the Republican Party became MAGA. And my fellow Democrats and folks on the left need to understand, now these people are on the right. Now this is MAGA. MAGA now are the snowflakes. MAGA, Roland, they now need their safe spaces. It's funny, but it's not funny. And you're right about J.D. Vance, man. He just flat out lied. I mean, the last 30-year history of political violence in this country, the vast majority of it is right-wing. It always has been. And they put out this lie that it's only on the left. It's not even, Roland, a both sides problem between the left and the right. There is political violence on the left, but the vast majority is on the right, and they know that, and they're lying because they're trying to inflame their base. And Roland, I hear from their base every day, and let me tell you something, they are inflamed. I mean, they are ready to march and grab their you-know-what. This is a scary time.
It is, and folks need to understand what is certainly at stake. Joe Walsh, I appreciate you joining us on the show.
On the cross, known by their works. What's the history of the cross? Behind the history of the cross, murder, rape, destruction, deception, enslavement, burning, terrorizing. To maintain a slavery system, you must terrorize the people 24/7. They terrorize people from Africa and America for 400 years. Constant terror, 24/7, rape, murder. In the name of Jesus. This is Christians, not Buddhists, not Hindus. Christians, in the name of Jesus. They said Jesus cursed black people. They call them Ham, cursed them to be slaves and persecuted forever. In the name of Jesus, raped our women incessantly, kissed in our mouths, made us eat shit. And they took and tried to clean up, not clean up, but make it look more attractive, I guess, by calling it chitlins. That's after slavery, of course, after so-called slavery. Because what was endured was not slavery. Look up slavery. Look up slavery. It does include murder, rape, terror. This is a Holocaust. And then now they try to downplay it. Oh, that was 40 years ago. No, it wasn't 40 years ago. How close to me years ago? It was 20 years ago. It lasted for 400 years. It's enduring today. They took everything away from the slaves. Everything. Their name, their culture, their families, their religion, their minds, everything. Fed their children to alligators as alligator bait. And then they talk about what's going on in Gaza, when they did 1,000 times worse. What's going on in Gaza now is simply
just a miniature version of what they did. What they did was far worse than what's going on in Gaza. Gaza's bad. It's genocide. What they did was far worse and much longer. That's a legacy of Christianity. Murder, rape, disease. They wiped out the native population. The genocide and disease. Smallpox blankets. Knowing there was full of disease. Herpes, syphilis. Gonorrhea from seabird animals. Well, common cold was not common. It didn't exist here on this side of the world until they brought it here. Murder, rape. When they was raping out women, there was a cross hanging from their neck. And again, they taught that this was God's will. God's will. Enslavement of our people. And they continue on even today. That's the legacy of Christianity, the cross. So where's your rap sheet? We're trying to arrest our people. Your rap sheet? What's your rap sheet? Are you going to judge people murder when you're guilty of murder beyond imagination for hundreds of years? Hundreds of years. Theft. You stole his land. You murdered his people. You crushed the native people here. When the brave would go out hunting, you would come into the camps like cowards and kill the women and snatch the children's brains out on the hooves of your horses. This is the legacy of Christianity. That's the legacy of it. The question is, instead of Columbus coming here, Dracula came here, Beelzebub, Wolfman, Frankenstein, Satan, they all came instead of Columbus. What could they have done that Columbus and those that followed him did? Satan is the God of this world. That's the God they're serving. They have known by their works. What are the works of Christianity? What are the works of Christianity? What are the works of Christianity? Evil, deception, mischief, bloodshedding. It goes on today. What's going on in Gaza, just reflection and microcosm of what was done here in America for hundreds of years. Raped out women incessantly. They would even rape while they was out in the fields picking cotton. They would jump off their horse and tell them to bend over and rape them. They told them to keep picking cotton while they was doing it. This is the kind of stuff they would do. Make one slave defecate and slave and sit and slave up in the mouth of another slave, and then bind it up so they could spit it out for 7 days. That's a legacy of slavery. You did it all in the name of Jesus. There's a legacy of slavery. Legacy of slavery. 40 years plus. Legacy of Christianity. Legacy of the cross. That's the legacy. That's the true legacy. So whose works are those? Who are you serving? Who are you serving? Legacy of the cross. What's your rap sheet? America? Gog? What's your rap sheet? Magog? Britain? What's your rap sheet? Antichrist? False Israel? What's your rap sheet? Then they colonized Africa. They're still the ripping off everyone. It's the legacy of Christianity. They've been ruling for over 500 years. And now, the threat of nuclear war to finish off everything. That's a legacy of Christianity in the name of your Jesus.
we gonna make it? Surely you ain't talking about us packing our bags and going westward or going out in the land. Ain't no cities, no towns, no infrastructure out there. Surely you ain't talking about it. That's what it is. We ain't going back to the no. Our sweat, our tears, our blood has earned us the right to the land. What God wants you to do is come out of their way. Come out of their pagan holiday. When you should be honoring Jesus, you are buying bunny rabbits. Inviting your children to paint for some Easter. Come out of her. Get the Santa Claus of your house and trees. That is the way of the pagans. Come out of her. St. Valentine's Day. What the heck is that? Excuse me. Come out of her name. Come out of her religion. Come out of her culture. Come out of her way of life. Come out of her educational system.
People. And they will put all the shows of Lord. And they should. Jesus, down the homes, go out and sure. They stood and said, it is a parent. And behold, I wanted to return. With their hands stretched out towards that ship, and tied in chains themselves bound together. And when they must put all on this memorable shows, they took their shine, that ship that brought them to our strange land, and these strange people who could not speak either one's language. Now they have to live in a strange country. Strange people who had proven to them every vow of their native land that they were going to be the West Indians that they ever lived with. They were going to be the people that were destroyed. They soon discovered that all this ship that they were being brought here. I don't know how we should say anything in the name of Jesus of good for us. When this ship was made of Jesus, this is how that we have always been deceived by the white man. Trying to use Jesus, the name Jesus, to our a mental sleep, thinking that we all are leaving. This is church. My brothers, this is very hard for us to people to accept today. Imagine our parents standing for to return to that people and people and you yesterday. Trying to save the very minute that brought in subjection to that will. You know, turning away from your ordinary life and turning it back towards our Christmas house and our and it who have destroyed us and seeks to destroy us. How do you feel? How do you feel? Not wanting to return to you. They're trying to make love with the best people that destroy you in your past. Do you feel? And even today, there are people that shooting you down throughout the country. There's no justice here for you and me. Why did you not do what? To be separated and be returned to your I think that push. They go to your parents on the Eastern Shore of North America, crying and praying to God to be returned to their arms 400 years ago. Now, they you like to see them rise up in the judgment, condemned for being such fools. And now, to live in the land that absolutely enslaved them and killed them and beat them for 300 long years here. They would condemn you as fools. When I wanted to be separated, they go to your arms, salvation for your son. The white man said you open. Remember that.
How's we gonna make it? Sure, you ain't talking about us packing our bags and going westward or going out there in the land. Ain't no cities, no towns, no infrastructure out there. Sure, you ain't talking about that, are you? No. We ain't going back to Africa. No. This is your land. Our sweat, our tears, our blood has earned us the right to the land. What God wants you to do is come out of their way. Come out of their pagan holidays where you should be honoring Jesus. You are here buying bunny rackets and inviting sending your children to paint eggs for some Easter. Come out of her. Get the Santa Claus out of your house and a tree. That is the way of the pagans. Come out of her. St. Valentine's Day. What is that? Excuse me. Come out of her name. Come out of her religion. Come out of her culture. Come out of her way of life. Come out of her educational system.
People. And they will put all the shows of Lord. And this should Jesus down the homes for our Master. They stood and said, it is a parent in the old wisdom. I wanted to return with their hands stretched out towards that ship and tied in chains themselves bound together. And when they was put all on this memorable shows, they stood there staring at that ship that brought them to a strange land and these strange people who could not speak either one's language. Now they have to live in a strange country. Strange people who stood to them every bow from their native land that they were going to be west Indians that they ever lived with. They were going to be the people that were destroyed. They soon discovered that all this ship that they were being brought here. I don't know how we should say anything in the name of Jesus of good for us. When this ship was named Jesus, this is how that we have always been deceived by the white man. Trying to use Jesus, the name Jesus, to our a mental sickness, thinking that we all have to leave it. This is curse. My brothers, this is very hard for us to even today. Imagine our parents standing in front to return to that native land and people, and you here today, trying to save the best minutes that brought our fathers in subjection to their will. You and I, turning away from your ordinary land and turning back towards our prison house and our arms, and who have destroyed us and seeks to destroy us. How do you feel? How do you feel? Not wanting to return to your people. They're trying to make love with the people that destroyed you and your parents. Do you feel? And even today, there are beating and shooting you down throughout the country. That is no justice here for you and me. Why did it not do what to be separated and be returned to the Lord. Amen. Take over your parents on the Easter joy of doctors. Pray and bring to God to be returned to their arms 400 years ago. You like to see them rise up in the judgment, condemned for being such fools. And now, what? And live in the land that absolutely enslaved them and killed them and beat them for 300 long years here. They were condemned to animal fools. When I walked in, he separated them both to your arms and occupation for your son. So what can I say to you openly? Remember that.
Assalamu alaikum, sisters and brothers. Someone Rahim here. National Covenant. Okay, brothers and sisters, it's been a year now. And we're finally home after 40 years in Arabia. I'm reporting to you from Arabia. Finally home after 40 years. It's been a year now. There was an agreement made from a slave master. Said, your choice. Stay here or leave. So we chose our inheritance, Arabia. So we left. If the original people decided they wanted the inheritance and traded for a place in America, affiliation with their former slave master.
It's their choice. They chose, we don't want to go over the radio. We don't go over there saying and all that stuff. We want to stay in America. We've been here all our lives, been here 40 years, born here, right? And we can make peace with a slave master. Okay, so they decided to stay. And so after a year, right, we get reports of how things are going over there. And it's not that sounds too good. How things are going over in America with their reparations. Because they was given 6 states, I believe. Yeah, see? Yeah. They got those 6 states right there. That's what Farrakhan told them. They was following this in Farrakhan. Farrakhan promised them, you'd stay there, 6 states, right, their own land, and you can make reconciliation with former slave master. They're not devils, not devils. They're human beings. They just had a rough, they were just, there's some things wrong, but now they're gonna make amends and make reparations. So 6 states, and in addition to that, they gave everybody $1 million. Everybody paid $1 million. Thank you, Farrakhan. They're so happy. Thank you, Farrakhan. Thank you, Farrakhan. And you got 6 states. That's your promise us. We got 6 states. Thank you. Thank you, Farrakhan. And this was a year ago. 6 states. Thank you, Farrakhan. Right? Everybody got $1 million. Everybody $1 million. They're rejoicing. They're so happy. We made it. We made it. We got America, man. We got reconciliation for massive. We got 6 states. Everybody got $1 million. We're all rich. That was a year ago. We left. We in Arabia. They still back there in America. And now we're getting reports a year later. This was the way it was a year ago, man. They were so happy. They were so happy. And now we get reports of what's going on right now. Let's see. Oops, he says a power failure. Great power failure in those 6 states. Power failure. And just those 6 states. So, and now they were big and massive. They came asking to turn the power. Why can't they do it? Oh, Farrakhan didn't train anybody. He was telling about 6 states and never prepared you for him. So nobody knows how to do it. How to turn the power grid back on. So these big man massive, can you come out and turn this thing back on for us? I mean, you would think that if he told them 6 states of promising that he would have prepared them for, right, in schools and education, whatever they needed. But I guess they didn't, because they said they were really not even begging the former master to come and turn the power back on. Then what? This is all that's happening now. I mean, I'm getting these reports in now. A year later. It's like, they're coming in every hour. How good failure, right? It's a crop failure. All of a sudden, there's no. They looked at the farmers, when the farmers said, oh. So then, master, what's happening here? How come no? Right? Crop. Found out that the land they gave wasn't that fertile. A year later, nothing's growing. Crop failure. And now, so what's going to happen here? Yeah, I mean, all these things, every hour that's coming in, right? And then they look here and they had, a year ago, they had plenty of food on the shelves, right? Now, they look there now and all the food's gone. We're going. She said, what am I going to do here? Food's gone. The house is empty. So I said, no, I said, we need some food. How come you can't produce your own food? I mean, you want your own country, you got your own states, that's your country, and you run it. What are you calling us for? So they're praying, and then, oops, no fuel. There's no fuel there. Well, you gotta buy your fuel. You gotta produce your own fuel. What you calling us for? You got your own 6 states now. What you calling us for? Go and get some fuel. You got money, right? You got your own states. So you ain't your own. What you calling us for? You said you wanted your own, so now you got it. You got your reparations. So we don't owe you anything anymore. So what you calling us for? We don't owe you anything. You said you agreed to 6 states and $1 million per person. You took that instead of the inheritance, what you call Abrahamic covenant, Arabia. Your brothers and sisters, they left. They took that was all for them. They took it, and you said no. I want this instead. So now you got it. So what you calling us for? Oh, no communications. Oh, man. No communications, right? No medical facilities. So what's going on? And I said, wait a minute, hold on here. What you calling us for? That's you. You got to handle that stuff. You want us to handle it for you? You want independence, now you have it. I mean, wow, this stuff's coming every hour, man. Instead of like a year, they were celebrating. And now they're crying, begging the master of God. We got all these problems here. So wait a minute, that's your solution. Comes about your problems. You have to work those out. No transportation, I mean, no planes on nowhere. I fly the planes and drive trucks and boats and stuff, and you go and get this stuff. What you got us for? You wanted this, you got it. So go ahead and get to train your own pilots, build your own planes, build your own boats, and right? You see what I'm saying? Transportation, build your own trucks. What you got us for? The master, you said you wanted 6 states, you got it. You want $1 million per person. That was the reparations. So now if you didn't pay people to take care of this, how's that our problem? You're independent now. You're really free now. Oops, no fuel, the gas station's empty. You can't drive, right? Yes. Yes, wow. All this stuff happened like, well, yeah, everything was great, and all of a sudden everything ran out. So guess what happened? Everything was good when they got it, and then it ran out. They had to replace it, the fuel, the farm's going. So they was left with that stuff. The factory was full, house full, and you had to keep, they thought that was just going to, I guess they thought it was just going to be there, just by itself. They prepared for it. See? And they ain't trained any engineers and scientists and architects and stuff. They didn't train anybody. So Farrakhan, he told you he don't get this for you, but he don't pay you for it. He didn't get anybody to handle this stuff. So what was that all about? So then I said, Master, they don't call on me. You was here, you had it when you was here with me. You said you want independence, you want to have reparations, so he gave it to you. Well, calling your brothers over there, they left, they handled their own business. You said you want to stay here. Right? Don't have any professionals or technicians, scientists, doctors, none of that. See, I mean, that's what, you know, because I mean, if you're gonna set revelation, you should be praying for that, right? So if he was telling you about revelation, you should be praying for it. If he said, God said that's where he's gonna get you, so God told him he's gonna get that for you, then he should, like when God told Noah there was a flood coming, told him to build an ark, he started building an ark. And so you should start preparing for the 6 states and the reparations. Apparently you didn't. So now it tells you, look, hold it. We want total separation. I mean, look, we don't want you to call us no more. We don't want you to call us no more. Because you're wearing us. You want your own country. You got your own land. Right? You got money, me and us, all this stuff, right? So now we got to protect your money and everything too? No, you have to create your own money. You have to do all these things, your own wealth, not ours. Right? So we're going to cut you off first transforming that too. That's all economics. So they're going to tell it, they tell all the people, all the white folks, right? All the black folks, all the black folks is either in Arabia or in those 6 states. That's the solution. It'd be one way or the other. There couldn't be no integration, that kind of stuff. That's the deal. You said one or the other. So all the black folks are there, and no integration, that kind of stuff. Was it one or the other? So they're there. So they said, okay, right? So they said, we're going to take our money because we don't know what y'all doing over here. You have your own money, you have your own wealth. So they do this. They tell all the white folks, say, protect your money. Right? Transfer your money into gold. All your dollars into gold. Now remember, they gave everybody $1 million apiece. So everybody got $1 million apiece, right? Say, transfer it to gold. And then what happens is what they do is they start just printing money. Just start printing money. You understand what that means? It's inflation. Because if you got $1 million of gold, $1 million ounces of gold, say $1 million ounces of gold, understand this, and you got $1 million certificates, then you say each certificate is worth 1 ounce. If you got $1 million ounce, each certificate is worth 1 ounce. Understand that? If you got $1 million ounces of gold, and you got $1 million certificates, each one of those certificates is worth 1 million. If you want to say trade with the certificates, each one of the certificates is worth 1 ounce of gold. Right? If you take and print, say you got $1 million ounces of gold, and you got $1 million certificates. Each one, but say you print twice as many certificates, you got 2 million. Well, then each certificate is only worth 50 cents now. But you got to connect that to the gold. You print 4 times, then each one is worth a quarter. So the more you print, the less they work, because those certificates have to equal what the gold is. You see, so the more you print money, the less, right? The less they're worth. So if you print twice as much money, right, then less gold. You understand? So $1 is worth 1 ounce of gold. That's right. Then if you print double that amount of dollars, then each one's worth half an ounce. You understand? That's printing money without increasing your wealth does. That's inflation. So what happens is they keep printing. They get down to where $100 is worth a penny. See, that doesn't affect their people. They try to protect their money because they transfer their money to gold. So gold still has its value. It's just the dollars don't. Still got the same amount of gold. But the dollars, they get down to a penny. So you can't buy it. You get $1 million, now $1 million worth of $5. That's all it's worth. Pay $1. Hardly worth anything. Otherwise, hey, that's our money. You gotta have your own money, you control your own wealth. You can't keep coming at us what you're doing. And you think they would do that? You've been a gods lately? You see what happened to the trees they made to so-called natives kept telling you to fall town because they kept making trees, but then they broke the trees. They took their land and genocide everything else. But no, they wouldn't do that to you. Because now you have your money's worth for nothing. They haven't lost anything. Because once that money's worthless, it's no good, right? Then you burn it up, throw it away, it's worth nothing. You still got gold, and even if they take it, hold on, the money hopefully increase again, they use another certificate, use another form of money. So it's still worth nothing. That $1 million you had, you was so happy with now, it's probably worth maybe $1. So you can't buy anything $1. Plus the economy's crap because everything is failing, and you don't know how to repair it. You don't have to communications, you don't have to do any of this stuff. And you know, but how should I do anything? Because it's our company. He didn't know how to prepare you. He told you to get 6 days. He told you, listen to me. Right? Now, you're broke. The economy's gone. There's no food, no electricity, no power, anything. Right? It's not their fault. They gave you what you asked for. You still have to inheritance for that. Then you close the border. Because you're going to try to get back into America now. We want to come back in, Master. No, we don't want you back in here. We sorry, we want to come in. No. If you chose, you stay there. Close the border so you can't get back in here. You can't get back in America into what you call your land now. Swaziland or something? Farrakhan. They call it Farrakhan. Farrakhan. You make the Farrakhan. Right. So they close the borders, you can't. Because now you're hungry and everything else, your money's worthless. Oh God, I come back, man, I come back, work for you, I work for Popeye, I do anything. No, they were in Arabia or they in that land. There are no blacks in America in places, just in that land, and those that you 6 days. And then you're starving, you ain't got no money's worthless, that's it works, and they close the border. And you see that's on the phone. He told the guy, you get paid to help you. Hey, you finally got rid of niggas. Finally got rid of them. So you see on the phone, yeah, it worked. You saw them in Revelation, you put that said used car, you turned the miles back and everything else, and they bought it. They could have had a BMW, they could have had a Lamborghini, they sold it for BMW. Good, damn thing didn't work. Now, it's starving. Living in tents. Praying. So what? What we gonna do, Farrakhan? You told us to take reparations, so we did, but they gave us everything we asked for. What we gonna do, Farrakhan? What we gonna do? Pray. That's his answer. Pray. That's your reparations. Like Elijah Muhammad said, in a big picture. We leave them, the blacks stay on the shore, the ones stay behind, and they was whooping their ass. Because they all thought you think they would give you some land, take care of you? They didn't want to do that. They go bankrupt, give everybody $1 million, you know what it was? 17 million, that was 17 million times 17 million times a million is like $17 trillion, I think, something like that. What are they going to do all that for you? They want to get rid of you. So now they have to see it. Because they close the border, what you going to do? When you want to fight, they come out, they close the border. They got the military around there. They finally got rid of you. No more black problem, no more Negro problem anymore. Who's out of here? And those good that's here. They're gone. And I had to clean. And gave what they wanted. Or anything. God honors contracts. I mean, on the contract with Jacob. He sold his birthright for a bowl of soup to Jacob. It was Esau's inheritance. And God honored it. Okay, Jacob, it's yours. You're the one. And that's the deal. Because he ain't your friend. Pharaoh ain't your friend. Pray, pray, pray. That's the answer. It's all man you was promised, you never rejected it. So then you got what you asked for. So they gave you reparations today or tomorrow. How would that scenario not play out like that? But it's okay, you got it. Tell me how the scenario wouldn't play out like that. And tell me why they wouldn't do it. They love you so much, they can say, okay, we're going to take care of them. And I said, why did they take care of you when he was right here? He's working at Popeyes and then they get up on Section 8, all that stuff right here, because you know they're trying to get rid of stuff right now. Trump's trying to give all that stuff right now. Because they're closing on you don't realize it. Anyway, that's just, that's what's happening over in America. Wow. Of course, coming there. It's a disaster over there. I just got a call. Oh, really? Really? You serious? Our ambassador just got a call from I don't know what they call it, Thailand or something. I forgot what it's something called right there. That 16? They're begging us to come and help. Can they come over here? Can we come and get them? Really? Can we come and get them? Bring them? Oh, no. And he even asked, there's Master Fard Muhammad, right? He said, no, hell no. We ain't going to get them. I agree with that. Yeah, the bastard said he's called him and he passed away to Master Fard Muhammad. Master Muhammad said, send him back. Listen, no, we can't come and get you. You chose, you made your choice, live with it. Or die, whatever the situation is. Wow. I can't believe it. They actually sent a message over. Well, they did, I have communication, but somehow they got the information over to them. Said, would you please come and get them? Nope. No, tell them no. And don't waste time communicating with us anymore. You got your land, you got your reputation, you got your money. You got Farrakhan's gear. Yeah, tell them, talk to them, let them straighten out for you. You want to sell you the idea, you just sell them. So you want to get reparations, we told you. Suleiman, he was the messenger to you, telling you, look man, let's go home. You said no, you chose not to. Okay, well, since that's a sad story, I guess that's it. Is that it? Oh, they might get more reports. Okay, he says that was Master Fard Muhammad's final decision, and I think they closed communication off from there. So that's it, brothers and sisters. We got those back. They came in. All that came in today. I mean, I came in fast. Over here.
Salad, and so you kind of
collapse.
So I added in about
somebody help me. You can't do it. And that's okay. We won't do it.
And make sure you season every layer of your food. I don't care what seasonings you use. Just make sure your food is not bland. We don't want no bland food, y'all. So I added in some all-purpose seasoning, and then I'm gonna add in a little bit of smoked paprika. But again, you can add whatever you want to this dish. And so I am just gonna stir all of this together, and then we're gonna start to make, to add our mayonnaise. So I am adding in some Duke's mayonnaise, and if you've been watching my channel for a while, y'all like to give me a hard time for using Miracle Whip. So I am adding in some Duke's mayonnaise, or whatever mayonnaise you prefer. And so this, I probably added in about half the jar, whatever I had left, but I did not have enough. So I am adding in some Miracle Whip. And you can talk about me all you want in the comments, okay? I like the engagement. But you're gonna add whatever mayonnaise or Miracle Whip of your choice. And then I'm also gonna add in a little bit of pickle juice. This is the juice of some bread and butter pickles. And then you wanna add your desired amount of mayonnaise. I made this on the creamier side, so you want to add more than you think you need because the pasta is gonna soak up that mayonnaise. So I added more than I thought I would need, just to account for it drying up a little bit in the refrigerator or as it sits.
Update, brothers and sisters, got another late report. They said, well, if you won't come and get us from, we need some food.
Whatever ingredients you put in it.
Big bags and please send some food. So I'm saying, I got some damn thing, nothing, zero. So please just send some food. Scott that in. He says, can you come and get it? Please send some food. He says, no. Refuse. That's the report. I just got information from the ambassador. He said that, and he's ready to meet. He says, no. He said, please send us some food. He said, no. Go no way. You made your choice. Case closed. Just got that in, boss. It's just, that's not like him.